Hey, so we've got the Chiron and North Node conjunction coming up, which happens very, very infrequently. And if, like me, you might have noticed that you have Chiron difficulties from time to time, or North Node interesting kind of things going on, then this may have got your attention. You know, like, what does the combination of Chiron and the North Node do? Like, how does it affect us? So what I plan to do in this video is deep dive into the Chiron North Node conjunction, look at the previous one, which was in 2008, and also look at this one. Also look at the sort of frequency. You know, a lot of the conjunctions that come up between planets and points are really, really regular. Now, the North Node and the Chiron one aren't regular. Like, it's not the same amount of days in between, you know, the cycles. It varies because Chiron has an elliptical orbit or, you know, cycle. So, you know, I'm going to look at some of the astronomical data and also talk about what's happened. Now, I'm also going to unpack the last few contacts that Chiron and the North Node have had since the last conjunction. So the last conjunction was in 2008. And we've had two squares and an opposition. So I'm going to have a quick look at the coding of those to see what happened then. Because I think when we look back at history and we can find out what happened and how it happened, etc., we get a much clearer view of what might be going on right now for us. And then in part two, I'm going to break it down on a sign-by-sign basis. So it's not so much a forecast, but more of a blueprint to do with the themes of Chiron and North Node. So how you can heal to become more of yourself, how you are healing yourself to reveal your true purpose, that kind of energy. So yes, it's less of a forecast and more of a blueprint, because as I do your sign by sign readings, I guess, I'm looking at it from where the last interaction between Chiron and the North Node was, which was at 2020 in March. Believe it or not, well, you probably do believe it, at the time of the sort of big launch of the pandemic that was spoken about all over the world and the global lockdowns that went on. That was the last time they came together in a square. So I'm looking at, you know, what we've done in this last quarter, how it's affecting us now, where it's going in the following quarter, and where it will end up the next time that the North Node and Chiron come together, which is in 2038. So it's a really, really long way off, but it's more about putting your journey into some kind of context to recognize what healing work is going on and where you're going. So hopefully that's of interest. It's not, like I say, it's not a real forecast, but more of a blueprint as to how to check out what's going on in your life and maybe look out for a couple of markers and think, oh yeah, that is playing out. Maybe I need to get rid of that, or maybe I need to work on that, so that we are always becoming freer and freer and freer, which is my goal of doing my astrology and sharing my thoughts. By the way, if you're new to this channel, my name's Louisa Tanner Munson. This is Feel Good Astrology. I'm a channel that uses astrology and also subliminal techniques, not in these videos, but I use them in my coaching practice. And the whole purpose of this channel is to help you find greater levels of freedom and clarity in your life. You know, I think astrology is a great tool, but unless it's really helping us free ourselves, I don't see the point of it. You know, I think that astrology is there to help us feel good. And then when we're not feeling good, astrology can show us why we're not feeling good and what steps we might need to take to be able to reveal the innate goodness of life. So I guess I see astrology as this opportunity for us to realize the perfection of who we really are. You know, I think, you know, we're born perfect. I know some people might disagree with that, especially if you're born into a religion that says we're not, you know, that we're born in sin. But I have the feeling that we're born with all the resources that we need to get through life. And that we get hidden, like, you know, the true essence of who we are gets hidden along the way. And really what this channel is here to do is to deep dive into who you really are, so that you can absolutely help to release yourself and feel so much better. Because I also think, what would be the effect if people started to feel better about themselves? Well, wouldn't the world become a more pleasant and pleasing place to live in? I always really think the as above, so below, in and out, etc., all these different perceptual ways of looking at life are mirrored back to us and reflected back, in so many different ways. I really do see that this is a kaleidoscope experience. And we're all like fractals of each other. I'm going a bit trippy, but hey, welcome to the channel. And if you've come back, then thank you for coming back and returning. And if you do like this, please do feel free to subscribe below. I really appreciate that. But anyway, let's get on with the show. So one of the things that prompted me to do this, and I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm always aware of like what's coming up. But like most people, you know how like you go to a builder's house and there's often a wall missing or, something going wrong, because they're always dealing with other people's houses and theirs is the last to do it, or if you look at the health ministers around the world, they're the sickest looking gits on the whole planet. I mean, they look so poorly. People often do the things that they need for themselves. And so I'm always aware of these aspects that are coming up, and rarely do I check in and think, oh my God, that's right on my doodah, anyway, so I've been thinking about this conjunction for ages, but not applying it to my chart, applying it to all my clients. And then just before Christmas, I was starting to feel a bit exhausted and thinking I need a bit of time off, so I've booked 6 weeks off, and right slap bang in the middle of the 6 weeks, I noticed, crikey, yeah, I'm going through my Chiron return right now. Yeah, okay. Oh, and Chiron and the North Node are actually together, which means this conjunction between Chiron and the North Node is actually happening on my Chiron, just a couple of degrees away. So, yeah, it is important. And I got this feeling of it before it happened. And I'll show you why, actually. Let me just bring this onto the screen. So this is my this is my chart here. See, here's my Chiron at 20 degrees. In the middle of January, the North Node went exactly over my Chiron. And I got a feel for how these two planets combine, or not planets, because obviously the North Node isn't a planet. It's a mathematical equation. It's the sum of something, but it's a very, very sensitive spot. So these two came together. And by the way, if I do refer to the North Node as a planet, please excuse me saying that, I'm just in the flow. I don't have a script. This is all very unscripted. So please just forgive me that if I make some little errors. I'm doing it in real time, and I will correct them if I hear myself say something and then go, but it's the nature of the beast here. So anyway, I noticed that the North Node's right on my Chiron. But the thing is, I started to feel it a good few days before, really a couple of weeks. Actually, I started feeling it in November, December, because I was feeling exhausted and a bit worn out, like I'd completely overdid it. And you can see in my chart, it's in the 6th house. The 6th house is to do with health and healing, our physical strength, also how hard we might work, how organized we are or not, etc. And Chiron in the 6th house often, I know a lot of people who struggle with their health and maybe have allergies or autoimmune type things. I'm not, saying this as a prescription, but I have had health issues in the past, and I was starting to feel like they might have been coming back. And so it got my attention. I thought I need a break. And then, of course, I noticed the North Node's right on there. Now, I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that, given what I do for a living. But like Chiron, what is Chiron about? Let's bring this up. So Chiron themes. One of the big things about Chiron is it's about health. If we've got physical things going on, if there's something, this is the chart for the Chiron North Node conjunction, by the way. So, one of the things that Chiron shows us is where we're physically weak, where we have a physical vulnerability within our charts. And so it's like our Achilles heel. It's that thing that always seems to go, like if you're a bit like, the straw that breaks the camel's back, there's always a part of us or something somewhere, which is the place that might break or leak or whatever, might not just function, and it's almost like our little switch. When we've gone too far, we have a little breaker in our in our little electricity box, in our energy box, and it breaks, lets us know that if we don't do something, we're going to have a catastrophic failure. And it gives us a chance to get back on track. So I think Chiron is very useful from the position of health. You know, it gives us a real good idea as to when we are going too far out of ourselves, too far out of our natural design, that we're feeling dis-ease and discomfort, and that we need to come back into balance. So that's helpful. It also shows us our emotional healing and our wounds. So if you think at the time of your birth chart, if imagine that this is the birth chart of somebody, and it will be, it just hasn't happened yet because this is the chart for the 19th of February. By the way, you might see that the conjunction between Chiron and the North Node have two different dates, and what's reflected there is the fact that some astrologers use the true position of the North Node, and some people use the average or mean position of the North Node. If you remember, the North Node is a calculation, and because of this calculation, the true position is kind of backwards, forwards. It appears to be going forwards, then retrograde, then forwards and retrograde. Eventually, like if you look at the mean position of the North Node, it's always going backwards in our charts. So for instance, if you were reading this chart, all the planets here, unless they're retrograde, are going in this motion, in an anti-clockwise motion. But the North Node, the mean North Node, is always going clockwise. It's always going like a retrograde. That's just how it is. So Chiron is in a conjunction with the North Node, the true North Node on the 19th of February, and the mean or average North Node on the 5th of March. So I see this as the time between the 19th of Feb to the 5th of March is its kind of ground zero. You know, this is when it's really, really coming in. But you'll be feeling, especially like empaths. I know a lot of empaths watch this channel, and empaths feel things in the post a good, few days before, a week before. I work with a lot of empaths that feel their transits coming in before they actually happen. So that actually when they're in the middle of these transits, they're usually already dealing with them and releasing them, which is actually quite helpful, actually. But anyway, this would show you, if you read this as a birth chart, so Chiron's here, it shows you the emotional healing, like the wounds you might get from childhood, or maybe even pre-birth if you believe about your past lives, which many people who watch this channel do. The idea that we've lived again and again and again, we're recycling, we're coming back, we are reinvented, we are resurrected. The whole idea that, we have past lives, future lives, and we're now in the present. Lots of people believe in wounding that happens in the womb, that we are these emotional, spiritual beings that can pick up on the feelings and the energies of our parents, in particular our mum, and also the energies of what's going on around her. Like we're in this psychic goop as we're like growing. So, Chiron from that perspective can pick up on all of those things. And more importantly, the emotional wounds that we get from childhood, because try as we might to create a safe space for our children, we can't guarantee how they're going to react to all of life's strifes and worries and things like that. So, we pick up wounds even when we've got the most supportive and loving and brilliant parents around us. Even if we want for nothing, even if we've never been bullied, if we've had this kind of dream experience, even that causes us emotional wounds and healing, because life is too dull, life is too easy, and that becomes a real pain, which doesn't sound like a pain for people that have real pain, like the sort of pain of not knowing themselves, or the pain of being bullied or abused or this, that and the other. And I'm not trying to rank pain, by the way. Far be from me to do that. And if you think I'm diminishing your pain, please excuse me, that's not my intention. But we all experience pain in different ways, and for some people who maybe experience vast levels of very strong, like abusive pain energies and experiences, they may actually come to find themselves much sooner than people that don't have those very strong experiences, because sometimes those experiences make us. And this is the big part about Chiron. Like if you read up about the Chiron mythology, and I've done quite a few videos on Chiron and podcasts. I've got a Chiron playlist. I've spoken about Chiron and Pluto and their aspects together, because that I know a lot of people have watched that video because of, people born in, I think, who are now 23, 24, probably have that. But like Chiron as a mythological character was wounded, so he's immortal or semi-mortal. It's semi-immortal, I don't know. Anyway, he's got the gift of immortality. I don't think he's a full god, but he's gifted in that way. And he gets a wound, and forgive me if you heard this before, and it's really, really painful. He can't die of it. Now, a mortal, a mere human, would have died from it. It was a horrible poison that would have knocked us off our feet. But because of his immortality, he was then destined to live with this excruciating pain that he could never get rid of. So he was a healer himself, and he was able to heal everybody, a bit like the builder that doesn't sort his house out, or the astrologer here that helps other people but doesn't look at her own. But, the Chiron figure does it all for everyone else, but not for themselves. And one of the big sort of key things about Chiron is they're unable to see it in themselves. It's like their blind spot, the thing that they can't work out for themselves. So Chiron couldn't do it for himself. He couldn't heal himself. And in the end, what he did was he faced his pain. He allowed his pain to completely take over. Now, what he did was he gifted a human the gift of immortality, and in return became mortal. Now, in that moment of accepting the true pain, he died. So it doesn't sound like it was a win-win situation. It sounded like it was an awful, like he gave up his life to end the pain. But actually what happened was he was able to master the pain. He was able to let the pain process through his body. And that's the thing that really strikes me with Chiron and Chiron themes in our charts. Like, we are human beings, and human beings are meant to process stuff. Like, if we think about it, like we breathe. So we breathe in the air in one form and it comes out differently. Everything that comes to us gets processed and changed. We drink fluids that come out differently the other end. We eat food. Again, it gets transformed. I don't need to talk about that. When humans come together, they're able to create life again. So we're transforming our sexual energy or our loving energy and being able to create with that. And similarly, we have these experiences that are meant to affect us and change us, and something comes through it. Now, the problem that I see that occurs with these Chiron themes is there's something that we can't process. There's something that we separate from ourselves, and in that separation, it gets stuck. So, for instance, there's a Chiron thing, and a while ago I banged my knee and I referred to it as my bad knee. And of course, all the time I was referring it to as my bad knee, I was separating my knee from myself in my sort of in trying to understand what was going on. I was kind of being a bit cruel to my knee. I was referring it to it as bad or as not functional or this, that, and the other. Now, if you do that in a family or in a community and you say, right, you over there, you're the non-functional part, you're the thing that's broken. Normally, it doesn't improve the situation in the family or the community. Normally, what brings people together is recognizing that we're all different and working together and loving our problems back into some kind of integration. And I believe, this is just my opinion, I believe it's the same with our body. And obviously, I'm not a doctor, and this is by no means a way to, get a prognosis about anything. This is just my homespun views on life. So this is definitely me, not something medical. But, the moment you start to work with your body and you start working with your wounds and you start recognizing them as something within yourself, you don't put it on a pedestal. You don't refer to it as outside of yourself, like this thing that happened to me. Or like this aspect of me. It's like you're integrating it. And so the thing with Chiron, Chiron transcended his poison. Chiron worked the poison through and he got the mastery. And for him, the mastery was the relief from the pain. So, and he achieved that. He became a master of it. He died in the process. I'm not expecting you to die, by the way. That's not my aim. So, what's going on here with Chiron? It's that wound that we don't think we can heal from. It's that it could be the emotional wound that we think we might die from if we were to address it or to feel it in its entirety. Often we keep our pains, they're so painful that we refer to the pain, but we almost cut ourselves off from it. We compartmentalize our personality, so we like cut a little bit off and shove it to the side, and we don't go there anymore. There's this thing that we just don't talk about, and everyone that knows us and loves us and respects us don't talk about it. And then every now and again you might get a great healer type that can probe just a little bit underneath, and then actually when you go into it, you're able to feel it fully, which might be painful. Like Chiron, he felt the full pain of the poison, but once he'd felt it, his body, his emotional mind-body system was able to process it. And in that processing came the release, the freedom, the grace, the space, the resurrection. Oh, well, not quite, but it was the clearance of what was going on. So every time there is this Chiron theme, long story, sorry about that. Every time there is this big Chiron thing going on, we get the chance to create a massive clearing in our life. So, think about what's gone on for you. Think about those things where you feel a bit crushed, a little bit like there's not enough space to breathe because you've got this pain theme going on in your life that keeps coming up. It's that unanswerable question that comes round and round and round again quite regularly. Sometimes, someone just has to slip a slight comment in with a little bit of an edge, and all of a sudden that old wound is triggered. This is the thing that you could get some relief from. When Chiron is aspected in some way and highlighted, we're all on this healing journey. And this is the thing about what's happening right now. So we've got the big, we've got world astrology. And so we've got Chiron and the North Node. And I'll talk about the North Node in a sec, but Chiron and the North Node coming together is a big clearing energy for the world. We've got this chance to clear. We've got this chance to sweep it, to look at those places that we don't go to look at those things that is like it's no-go area, but we're going to, have a look. And as we peer underneath the blanket or look under the rug or look in wherever it is we've hidden these things away, these things we don't want to see, we are likely to experience some pain and some confusion. And it is uncomfortable. Now, here's the other thing I always think, and this is just my thoughts, you might agree, you might not, and that's entirely okay. But I always think that things that we suffer from emotionally later become physical. So where we've got some wounding from the past, when we're not addressing it, it kind of materializes, it solidifies, it becomes something, it becomes a mass, it becomes a living, breathing entity within our body. Now, I don't know that from a doctor, medicinal kind of perspective, but that's my experience of how my own illnesses, when they've come up, have come up. I've always had a thinking process, like a thought process, or something I'm saying to myself, like, I don't know how to step forwards. I don't know how to step forwards. I don't think I can make the next step. I don't know what to do. What's my next step? What's my next path? Blah, blah, blah. And lo and behold, within 3 or 4 months, I've got fibromyalgia or ME, chronic fatigue syndrome, or something like that, that back in the day, in, 20, 30 years ago, doctors were saying, it's in your head. And actually, maybe they were right, but I couldn't quite see the connection there. And actually, I don't think they did either. But there you go. These things can come up. So right now, we've got this potential for a big healing event and a big change event, which may bring up some change, may bring up some discomfort. But where is this conjunction, which is at 16 degrees? You could say 16 to 17, because by the time we're at the 5th of March, I think it's like 16, 17 degrees in the sign of Aries. Do you have something around that? Which house is that coming up in your chart? Do you have a planet there? I got a message from somebody that watched my Pluto video, Paul, who's got his Jupiter in the 12th house. And so his Jupiter's here, and, Chiron and the North Node are just coming up in his 12th house. And that's likely to bring up a whole bunch of stuff, probably stuff that's hidden from the past. The 12th house is a place that is kind of a bit of a junk house. It's also a house where we don't like things to be seen. Things we really like to keep things hidden. And Jupiter, by its very nature, it expands on things. So, that sort of discomfort that Paul might experience from expanding and looking deeply into his nether regions, looking deeply into the places that look like they should have passed already, you know, that the old psychological wounds, they're likely to be re-triggered at this time. So, you know, it's always worth looking like which house is it in your birth chart. Is it happening over one of your angles, in which case whatever's going on the world is likely to, you know, affect you at some level. You know, the psychic connection between the collective and you, we are all part of this. You know, it's likely to reverberate more with you if you've got an angle around 16, 17 degrees. Likewise, if you've got your moon or your sun or any planet around there. And of course, if you're born 73 to 75, the chances are your Chiron's going to be there, because you're going through, you know, either coming up to or just passing through your Chiron return, in which case it's likely to have a very strong flavor and really remind you of the past. So there you go, that's the Chiron theme. Now, the North Node, like I said, is a mathematical equation. It's a calculation. And it works in pairs. So I've got a North Node playlist, by the way, which you can, you know, find out where your North Node is and your South Node. And I talk about what you're releasing, which is the South Node. It shows like where you've come from, what you've already learned. And the North Node is showing what you're learning, what you might struggle with. But it's part of your destiny. It's part of what you're here to experience. And so it's associated with our purpose, our karma, where we're heading, like the next steps. It's also about taking action, like grasping what you want. If you think about the polarity between the South Node and the North Node, they're always in opposition. So if you think of the North Node as being the first sign or the first house, like that sort of Aries, it's very much about the individual, like the individual destiny. So the North Node is very much about, you know, you taking action. And the South Node, you know, is a bit like the seventh house and, you know, the sign of Libra. In contrast, you know, the North Node is showing what you're really focusing on and what you need to grasp and take action. And the seventh is the sort of counterbalance of that. So in many respects, it's showing you a glimpse of your destiny and the lessons needed to get there. So if we're thinking in terms of lessons and also pain, and pain that might come up to help us move on in our lessons. So it's like, I guess it's like world school, soul school, spirit school, or whatever. And I see it as a cycle of getting clearer of pain and self-sabotage. You know, it's a big closure of healing journey. It's an opportunity to deeply cleanse and master. We're facing the toughest of our insecurities to, you know, a lesser or greater degree according to our actual birth charts. But in a sense, as we get through it, we are mastering something. And, you know, for us, mastery might be, okay, I see there's a lot of scary things going on right now. And I know I can do this, which I can take responsibility for. But for a lot of it, there's nothing I can do other than do my best to keep my vibration bright and clear. That might be your best choice right now. And the pain involved in kind of saying, okay, well, I'm doing my bit and I will continue to do my bit. But staying attached to the big story of misery is actually adding more misery. You know, that might be your big realization right now. It might not. But, you know, so many of us, especially like carers, empaths, healers who tend to watch this channel, you know, we are so much in love with the potential of life and how life can be good that at some level, a lot of us have been attached to the very dysfunctional parts. It's like we've been trying to process the psychic energy of what's not working. And I've noticed that a lot of empaths in the past, definitely seen since the last Chiron North Node square, I've noticed a lot of carers and empath types have really gone down in their energy levels. And I think it's because we're picking up on the collective patterns. Anyway, essentially, I think we get more worldly, you know, through this whole interaction. We are learning to master our own energy fields. We're also learning what is ours and what's not. Obviously, we're all connected, and so everything does feed into us, but we can start to define what is really self-generated and what is coming to self. What we are generating from outside of ourselves to come in and punish us with. So, you know, I think as we get clearer boundaries and work through this, we're mastering energy fields and we become a bit more worldly because of it. So I'm very excited about it. So I've already shown you my chart, but let's move on. So let's talk about the past cycles and frequency, because a lot of the things that I talk about and other astrologers talk about on YouTube is that the cycles of planet to planet and this, that, and the other. Now, Chiron, this is Chiron's cycle, which is a 50-year cycle. So this is from when Chiron went into the sign of Aries in 2018. That's when he fully moved over. I think he danced in and out for a little bit before, but you'll see his time in Aries is really, really big, and then his time in Libra and Virgo and Scorpio is really, really small, because his cycle, his orbit as we perceive it, is elliptical. So it appears that he's spending a lot more time in Pisces and Aries and Taurus. And back in 2017, 2018, I wrote a big blog piece. I don't know where it is actually, but about how the gloves were off with Chiron, because, we'd had this great big long time of Chiron in Pisces, which I think actually helped us to self-medicate, helped us to be confused and not know what was ours, and our boundaries between us and each other, like me and you and this, that, and the other, were almost obliterated. I really see that Chiron going through Pisces and also Neptune going through Pisces was really the sort of, not the invention of social media, but the phenomenon of social media and how it's changed our perception of who we are and how we interact together. I think that's huge. And so it's created this, the opportunity to connect with lots and lots of different people that we actually don't know, and have no experience of, no actual conscious, physical experience of. And I don't think we were completely prepared for that and the impact that's had. And then, so we were almost self-medicating with things like social media, the rise of binge watching TV series, the whole way media and music has changed, which are very sort of Piscean themes, very much about the illusion and the dream world. We were very distractible, and medicating ourselves through distractions and not being very clear about what was going on. So a lot of us might have been aware that we were a bit depressed and not quite conscious and not living vibrantly. A lot of us might have even felt like we were almost becoming debauched, our usual ways of living and expressing ourselves might have been slightly tainted, because things were a bit too easy, things cheapened. Things were so much more available that they almost appeared less special. So I think, this will have had some massive generational effects on, the millennials, the Gen Ys, and also the Gen Zs. And of course, Gen Alphas were sort of born during this time. And now, when Chiron went into the sign of Aries, I said the pain's going to get a lot more visible, and since 2018, the narrative about, we're coming from this haze when narcissism and being a bit confused and being in these guilt, blame, shame games without really consciously being able to articulate it. When Chiron came into the sign of Aries, all of a sudden we got really, really clear to our pain, our personal pain and personal development and not being right and something being wrong. And all of a sudden we were starting to learn the terminology of healing and being able to take the bull by the horns. We were able to start getting into more of a healing way of being and wanting vibrancy and maybe correcting what's happened here or trying to work towards that. And this is about sovereignty and not so much about collectivism. So we're taking responsibility for healing ourselves. So this is a bit of a journey we're on, and Chiron is here around this midpoint, but veering towards this part. But yeah, Chiron's got an elliptical cycle of 50 years. And then you've got the North Node cycle, which is 18 and a half years, and it's all very even. So when these guys come together, and then go into opposition and into squares, it's not with a regular pattern in the same way as you would see with other planetary and point combinations. So, this is the last Chiron North Node cycle. So this was the last time they came together in 2008. And then in 2012, 2016. So we had the conjunction, the square, then we had the opposition because the North Node was in opposition to Chiron. Now, that is also, when Chiron is in opposition to the North Node, Chiron is also in a conjunction with the South Node. So there's a very sort of different healing energy there. Then we had another square, and here's where we are right now with Chiron coming into a conjunction with the North Node. Now, you'll notice here, these are all the last conjunctions, and they're happening approximately between 11 and 15 years. So, the last time we had one was 14 years and 8 months ago. And so these cycles aren't even, but they do persist. So let's have a quick look at what has happened in the world the last time Chiron and the North Node have got together, when they've been in a square opposition, and get a feel for the coding, how it might show up in the world. And then let's talk about it personally and what we can do about it. So in 2008, it's quite interesting. It was quite a quiet time. So for my research, I'm not a historian. I'll put my hands up to that. But I like to use the internet. And obviously we know that there are difficulties with using the internet. I didn't use ChatGPT. I could have done. But actually I went to the website On This Day, which I think has a much more of it's more American centric, as a lot of things are. But I went to On This Day and looked up the month. So I didn't look on this day, the 28th of July. This aspect is such a slow moving thing. But I looked on this day of July 2008, what was going on in that month. Now, this is the only date in the summer. You'll notice like the other dates are in spring, which might also create a change. But isn't it funny how during the summer, all of a sudden, all these big news items just don't happen because everyone's on their summer holidays? Just a thought. So this happened to coincide the month before the Beijing Olympics. And so during July and then into August, we did have a recession coming up in a few different places around the Baltic, and I think in Greece as well. We had a really nasty plane crash in the Gran Canaria with only 18 survivors. It's a very, very short landing strip, and it shot over the landing strip and went into the sea. We had the Russia-Georgia war coming up. We also had a military takeover in Mauritania. But the big news was really sports, a lot of celebrity stuff, a lot of news, music, and then the Beijing Olympics in August. So, if you look at On This Day, it's literally just stuff about people winning, all sorts of things. So it didn't appear to have a massive effect. But if we also look at what was going on at that time, Chiron was actually in quite a tight conjunction with Neptune. And as I've already explained, Neptune is a very big distractor. It creates an illusion, and there was the polarity here. So the North Node was in the sign of Aquarius, that would at some level be creating a sense of unity. And of course, we had the Olympic Games. It was also the South Node and Venus, which was in a conjunction with it, were in the sign of Leo. The Sun was in Leo, Mercury was in Leo. So again, it was all about kind of celebrity. To me, it looked like a massive show. And so I think the start of the last conjunction between Chiron and the North Node was very much about the show and the performance of what was going on planet Earth at that time. Now, one thing that is interesting with all of these dates, but not this one coming up, is that Pluto was in square to Uranus. Now, obviously, Pluto and Uranus move very, very slowly. And so you'll see this square has been pretty much with us the whole time, to a lesser or greater degree. And very recently, we've had Pluto and Uranus in a trine. So that's likely to affect how this Chiron conjunction with the North Node will take place. The outer planets, I'm not so worried, actually, really about the fast-moving things. I'm more interested in the slow-moving architecture at the time of this Chiron North Node conjunction. So the square between Pluto and Uranus is interesting. At that time, it was between Sagittarius and Pisces, which are mutable signs, not necessarily known for their get up and go, but more, obviously Pisces is very illusionary, and Sagittarius is very much the big dreamer. I see this as very much the tail end of the kind of energy of things growing and things growing fast and people still being quite optimistic about life. Then the next Chiron North Node energy was the square, which happened in 2012 in April. Now, this was really, this had a load, a really, really long list of events that took place. So we had, it was too much to list, basically, but there were landslides. There was a big, big earthquake of 8.2 in Indonesia. There were protests taking place in Greece because of recessions and because of, I think, bank runs. Anonymous, the organization that's anonymous, that seeks to take down corporate power and redress the balance. Anonymous did something interesting with China. They published a load of information about China, the China bureaus. There were several plane crashes and train crashes. Then there was a lot about data, which again goes with Anonymous, but there were data breaches and lots of data sharing. So it's interesting that we've got this theme comes up again, by the way, but the theme of information going in and out and how important information is. I think there was a lot of information leaked about people's personal situations. That was quite a big thing. At the same time, we had the start of double dip recessions. We also had employment in Spain went up to 50%, which was obviously a big deal. Loads of fires, loads of shootings, and explosions. So it was a pretty strong, that square energy was very, very potent and very, very frustrating. You've got Chiron, it's kind of like this frustrated, I want to heal, but my journey, the North Node, your direction to healing is frustrated. It's like you cannot resolve it. And you've got this world events happening and quite nasty events happening. Now, at the time of this exact event, we're also in a full moon, and the moon was in a conjunction with Saturn. But like I said before, I'm actually more interested in the overall architecture of what's going on. Now, Chiron is still in a conjunction with Neptune. He's gone past Neptune at this point, so he's separating from Neptune. We've still got this square to Pluto, showing that we are going through masses of social change. We are going, when we look back at this whole cycle of the last 14 years, we'll see that we've gone through so much more social change than at any other time in our lifetimes right now. This is a sort of really strong nexus point of transformation. And there were some supporting aspects, like Jupiter and Pluto, Saturn to Neptune and Chiron. So I when I see these supportive aspects, I think things are being processed faster than usual, so things are happening and then they're getting processed quite quickly. In 2016, we had the opposition. So Chiron was in opposition to the North Node, which meant Chiron was also in a conjunction with the South Node. Chiron's finally out of that conjunction to Neptune. Now, what interests me here at the time of the opposition is there were suicide bombings. There were 4 of them in that month. There was US airstrikes that took out as many people, I think, as in the suicide bombings. There was also a lot of stuff, a lot of grandstanding about US politics. So this comes up again and again, really from here on in, there's a lot about US politics. There was lots about Sanders, Trump and Clinton. And Bill Gates, he was the number 1 entry on this date as, him being acknowledged as the richest man. If we go to the next one, which is the one that most of us are going to still have very much echoing in our minds because it was such a shocking time. So this was the other square. So if you remember two of these ago, the last time we had, like the time before we had Chiron square North Node, we had information sharing as a really big theme, and people in protests, people moving freely and expressing themselves. During this next square, we had lockdowns, mass censorship, and the start of a real kind of progressive guidance on what you can say, how you can say it, cancel culture. So, you know, a lot of us have been coming to terms actually with all of these changes in terms of how we can express ourselves when we want to express something that's different to the narrative that has been explained to us as if it's fact, which may or may not be our own belief system. So, yeah, we've had sort of the idea of a pandemic, global lockdown, again, more US political unrest, mass censorship. Interestingly, there's a lot to do with wealth here. Wealthier, like the wealthy got wealthier, the poorer got poorer. It was interesting how so many wealthy people just happened to be investing in the right things at the right time, at the time that this all took place. But then there was something much deeper, and I think this is something that's sort of reverberating even now, and that's the isolation. The fabric of families has been pulled apart, the fabric of friendships has been stressed. So, you know, in days gone by, I remember when I was growing up, my mum and dad, at the time of the elections in the UK and the local elections, my parents didn't know what each of them voted for. You know, their politics was considered a private affair. You voted for who you thought was right. But it wasn't, you know, people never spoke about politics at home particularly. A bit like sex, you just, you know, there are some subjects that are personal to you. And maybe if we were having those conversations 40, 50 years ago, lots of families would have separated, you know, because they would have said, you're like this. Oh my God, that must mean. And of course it doesn't. But of course, what's happening now, definitely since this time, and this time where there was this mass censorship and a very concerted effort to tell us what was happening, and far be it from us if we deviated from any of the story that was communicated to us, then it was like, you're one of them. If you don't believe this, which is proven by all these paid agents writing the same story, if you don't believe this, then that must mean that you're this, and this. Same with the idea of vaccines. You know, if you're the only one in your family that chose to abstain from what was recommended wholesale around the world globally, then a lot of families came apart. And then there were lots of, you know, I know so many people who died in isolation in hospital, and so many families are still reverberating from the pain of the isolation. There's also been lots of big changes at work. So many people came off from work, never returned. You know, so many people now work from home. And of course, that's a huge global shift in the way we socialize and how we network. So it's created difficulties and new circumstances to consider. We've also got these global controls, or the ideas of global controls and passes, like giving you access or denying you access. So there's been some very, very strong feelings. Now, of course, when you look at the chart of this, you can see why, because leading up to this time, and, you know, this was so obvious to astrologers for many years beforehand. You know, I remember having lots of conversations about what was going to happen when Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn were all within 10 degrees of each other, you know, and Saturn and Pluto coming together. That's some energy. And then Jupiter and Pluto coming together, and Jupiter and Saturn coming together as they both went into the sign of Aquarius. Funnily enough, you know, Pluto is now at this point at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius, which is, you know, all of these times are absolutely some of the hardest hitting astrology we've had in our lifetimes, this time in March. And of course, I mean, this was sort of like January, February, March time. And then, you know, in March, we also had the North Node and Chiron in a square. So I do think this played into this. It's a huge time. And I think the story of this is still playing out. It's still playing out for me. I remember the shock of just how everything changed culturally, in terms of what you could say, couldn't say. My ideas of what it is to be a free thinking, free living human in gratitude and communion with others has changed since this time. And it's been a huge shift for me to get my mojo back and to feel like I'm back in balance. Now, please excuse one of my dogs barking in the background. We now have this time with Chiron conjunct the North Node. Now, interestingly, Pluto is dancing between has just gone into Aquarius. He is going to go back out. He's going retrograde. He's coming back into Capricorn. And then he will be back into Aquarius, I think on the 19th of November, 2024. So Pluto is still technically doing his transition, giving us a taste of what's to come, but not fully committing. We've also got, which I think makes this time so much stronger, we've also got a total solar eclipse on the 8th of April, which I already know. I've got a lot of clients in Texas, in particular around the Bernie area, which I think is right on the exactitude of the total solar eclipse. And people in that area have been booking out Airbnbs, putting their houses up as, like places to rent and stay. There's a whole bunch of merch for people. A load of clients have been talking about this coming up. It's a really big theme if you're in this area, because you are on the path of totality to this very, very strong total solar eclipse in the US. But what is more fascinating about it is it's exactly conjunct Chiron. Never seen anything quite like it. It's right slap bang. So it's an eclipse, conjunct Chiron at 19 degrees, I believe, in the sign of Aries, which is just 2 degrees to 3 degrees on from this Chiron conjunct North Node. So all of these energies are still playing out. This is huge. And then we've also got the upcoming Jupiter-Uranus conjunction in April too. So I really see that what's coming in right now is still going to be reverberating right through April and beyond. So in terms of this Chiron North Node journey, when we look back to where Chiron and the North Node came together in 2008, we've got a completely different story, in this last cycle. And, when I talk about what this might mean, I'll get back to that US chart in a second. I do see this as a cycle of getting clearer on pain and self-sabotage. So where has the world been self-sabotaging? Where have we been holding on to pain? How can we get this clearance? And how do we toughen ourselves up? Because this is one of the toughest of the insecurities that we might feel. Now, just going back a sec, I also thought it'd be interesting just to check out the US chart, because lots of people make reference to the position of Pluto in the US chart. Now, in between the start of the pandemic and now, we've had Pluto's return. So Pluto went back to the return spot of the US chart, the chart for the 4th of July, 1776. So, it returned exactly in 2022 at 3 points. But essentially, the US is still reverberating from the Pluto return. What we've also got this year, as of the 20th of April, literally the day after the Jupiter and Uranus conjunction, the US has got its Chiron return. And, it's got it reverberating 3 times over this next kind of year and a bit. So, the US, which, is really obvious to see from anyone in Europe and probably from other parts of the world, and acutely obvious to people living in the US, US is going through a massive, massive transformation right now. Who knows what's going to happen? With the themes of Pluto and Chiron and the North Node, it's going to be life transforming. It's probably going to it's probably going to involve the death of the ego, maybe the death of the ego of America, and what America stands for. It's likely to change, like the energy of what America stands for is likely to really significantly shift, and hopefully reflect the people, everybody, all of the voices, if that's possible. And the Chiron return, it's coming back to the pain like what insecurities have we had throughout our life cycle? What have we dealt with? What have we shifted? What have we not shifted? Is it time to shift it now? So there is a huge shift going on. And in particular, if you are born at that time when you've got Pluto and Chiron in a conjunction in your chart, and again, I think it's off the top of my head, I might issue a correction in the comments underneath. But off the top of my head, I think it's people that are around about 23, 24 had this in their charts, or people with Pluto and Chiron in opposition, or Pluto and Chiron in a square. You've all got that energy of deep cleansing change that actually might be needed in the US right now. Anyway, that's quite a bit of a deep dive. So anyway, in a second, I'm going to be talking about things on a sign by sign basis from the perspective of your ascendant. You can also look at it from your sun's perspective, but most people look at it from their ascendant. If you don't know your ascendant, you can go to astroseek.com. Use their free horoscopes, go down to Ascendant Rising Sign Calculator, put in your time, place, and date of birth, hit enter, and it will tell you where your ascendant is. By the way, this is a really great website. So a lot of the data that I've pulled up came from Astro Tools. In the search bar down there, you can search for aspects between two planets. You can look for a particular degree and when aspects go, like when planets move over those points. You can look at the cycles. You can look at all sorts of different things. So this is an astrologer's best friend, this little tab here. Anyway, here's what I'm going to be looking at on a sign by sign basis. So I'm going to be looking at the ongoing story of healing that you are going through right now in terms of how you are clearing the ground to really accept your destiny and to kind of be able to move forwards, which is the North Node aspect of it. So in preparation from that, you know, I'm looking at where did the square happen, like the previous square, which is associated with the pandemic. So, you know, it was like in terms of the Aries ascendant, it was affecting the 1st and the 4th. That's where the square energies were from. Where the current Chiron conjunction is, where the next square is occurring. So how are you transforming that? So the Aries ascendant is going from the 1/4 house to the 11th second house square. And I'll explain all this in each reading. But the overall like direction of where you're moving is taking us to the Chiron conjunction with the North Node in 38. Now, obviously, like I said earlier, this is way, way into the future, but it's showing the healing journey that we're all on, that we're all shifting on, and how that's coming up in your life. So that's what I'm going to do. So hopefully that's been helpful so far as understanding the deep dive about Chiron and the North Node, a lot of the backstories of Chiron and understanding the North Node and some of the patterns, key charts, etc., etc. So grab a coffee, pen and a paper, and get ready to make some notes about how you might want to go through this transformational time yourself. See you in a mo. Welcome back. So in part one, I looked at all the Chiron and North Node stories and examples and context. And in this section, part two, I am looking at the story of where we are with this conjunction, where we're going with the next conjunction in 2038, and how that might be playing out in our charts through the context of where we were during the last Chiron North Node square in March 2020, what's happening around the time of the following square in 2028, and how that's going to shape our lives. So this is, I guess, a journey into clearing space to find your own destiny. You know, this is how you might take steps forward to free yourself from any kind of global pain, see what is your pain, how you might want to heal it, and how you might step into your destiny. So let's get going. As ever, I'm starting with the sign of Aries. And I'm going to be running through this at a rate of knots. So Aries Ascendant, how are you doing? So this is a sort of color-coded description of where the Chiron and North Node events are happening. So this yellow here is where the North Node and Chiron are coming together in their conjunction this year in 2024. And then here is where it's going to be the next time they come into a conjunction in November of 2038. So it's quite a long way away. It's another 14-year period. I'm going to be looking at how you have progressed. So from 2020, March 2020, we had the Chiron North Node square. And this was taking place really in your first house. So whatever was going on March 2020, which was at the time of when the whole pandemic phenomenon came up and was launched into global consciousness, I think that's fair to say, it showed up as a square. So there's a square here between Chiron and the North Node at the time in the fourth house for you. So it would have brought up something to heal in terms of your personal narrative, your personal identity, and how you can keep your personal identity through the context of your family. So the stresses that you've been learning to cope with over this last period from March 2020 to right now and beyond really is how you are in terms of the overall family. You know, so what I'm thinking here is, you know, what kind of pains, what kind of emotional distress have you gone through in trying to process what has happened since 2020 in terms of finding yourself, getting really clear about your body, your physical body and your boundaries, because the first house is very much about the boundaries. Definitely what's coming up right now with Chiron and North Node right here in your first house is very much about the boundaries and how to make sure you are safe. So in many respects, what was started back in 2020, whereby you might have had to distinguish yourself from your family and from your childhood and the environment that you grew up in, and all the pressures that you might have got from your earlier life, it feels like that has helped to transform you to boundary and barrier yourself a little bit now, and to take complete responsibility for your health. Like the first house is very much about taking action. It's very much about self. It's a return to self, like really healing the concept of who you are and what your identity is about. Now, between now and the next time in this cycle, like the next Chiron and North Node event is the square between Chiron just in the sign of Taurus and the North Node in Aquarius. Now, isn't that interesting? Because what occurs to me right now is the next time we are challenged by Chiron, the North Node is going to be at 0 degrees in the sign of Aquarius, which is where Pluto is right now. Isn't that fascinating? So what is going on right now to do with health and healing is really playing out with this Pluto transition. Now, you might have already listened to my Pluto forecast from my last video, where I'm really talking about the transformation that you're likely to be going through with Pluto and the Pluto Sun cycle and how that's going over the next year for you. But those messages, those transformational opportunities are feeding into this Chiron North Node pattern. Isn't that interesting? And actually, this does also go back to the start of COVID as well, when Saturn and Jupiter came across into the sign of Aquarius. They were really dancing around this edge. There's a lot of stuff going on here. But anyway, I digress. What I think is most important for you right now, Aries Ascendant, is to get very clear about what is you, what is yours, where you might have to make cuts or amendments in your life, where you might have to say, okay, no, I absolutely have to guard myself in this respect. You might also want to distinguish between your emotional health and your physical health. The first house is very much about the body. So you might have found that what has been going on and where you felt bound to the people from your past has had a knock-on effect on your personal body. So it is time to make your own decisions. Definitely time to make your own decisions. And also, isn't that great that in the freeing up of you from your family, in freeing yourself up to make your own decisions, it also creates a situation where you are okay with people freeing themselves up to make their own decisions. So it's not just that you're taking authority for your own health and taking your health into your own hands, but it's that you're giving that gift to other people. So you're not doing what you're doing and then telling everyone this is what you have to do, but you're actually leading by example. So you're actually helping other people to come to a greater sense of health responsibility. So this is huge. Now, you may well find that during this time, you are really acutely aware of the kind of healing issues that you've had in the past, you know, like it's all coming up and getting up close and personal. And to be fair, you'd have had a gutful of this since 2018 when Chiron came into this part of your chart. You know, this whole part of your life has been possibly quite painful, like you've had to face a lot of things, but in the facing of it, you've transformed. Now, it's interesting that where this is actually going is actually returning you back to family. So like if you think about it, you know, at the time of the pandemic, it almost created friction between you and your family and you and that sense of belonging. Actually, through taking responsibility for yourself and dealing with this next square, which I'll talk about in a second, you're actually moving back into a place of belonging. That's your like future dynamic for you, I guess, Aries Ascendant, is how can you learn that through taking responsibility for yourself, you're actually moving yourself into a new kind of family, creating a new type of family dynamic, and actually bringing yourself back into that feeling of belonging. If you can work on that now, that, you know, even if you are feeling still that sense of separation or conflict, if you're able to see beyond that and recognize that you always belong, wherever you are, you belong, wherever you are in your body is your home. If you can develop that sense of feeling ownership and feeling you belong here, that you are taking up your space fully, this is really helpful thinking and believing to smooth the way for whatever's coming for us. And I do think, you know, we are going through some massive changes. You know, suffice to say, this is a very strong time astrologically. And, you know, I have no doubts that like strong transformational vibe is going to continue well beyond 38. But yeah, the important thing here is to realize that, yes, you are separate to your family and your collective, but you are actually coming back home through sort of, it's almost like you're untangling yourself from the familial matrix, and then through being your own son, like being your own strong unit, it's like a new form of family is coming around you. So that to me feels like one of your goals and one of the ways that you're going to stand in the world, and one of the legacies you're going to be leaving us with. You know, it feels like your energies are involved in helping us understand the role of family going forwards. Because also, if you realize back here in 2020, the whole role of family has been subjugated in quite a strong way, you know, where families have fallen apart, where people have been encouraged apart, and where people have been more and more isolated from each other, isolated through views, through politics, through all sorts of identification and being separate. So it feels like we've gone through a really kind of negative phase in terms of families. And, you know, like the state's power is very much about, you know, the state are involved in your children, and the state are involved in how you manage your water, your energy, your this, that, and the other. It's like the family responsibility has been diminished. Well, your role, Aries Ascendant, over this next 14-year period is to get so comfortable and sovereign in yourself that you're creating a new way of being. Now, Before I go, I just want to talk about this next challenge because, between now and the next square, which is coming up in 28, so that's 4 years' time. Obviously, this is a long, long way off, and this is a much bigger story that's going on. But within this story is reflected, the sense of belonging for you. So before it was between you as an individual and your family, the new story of belonging and tension is now between earning and being part of the global condition or a global agenda, or being part of a global mind view or blueprint. So it's like, there may well be this global blueprint that arises, and global associations, like the 11th house is very much about association. It's about friendships at one level, but it's also about philanthropy, socialism. It's also about like a mind, like a mindset, a blueprint for a big kind of answer. It's almost like a utopian answer. But the tension for you that's arising between now and this next square is, how can you earn? How can you have that sense of survival? How can you have that sense of making a living, making a difference, valuing yourself, when actually the global vision is taking away the ideas of self altogether, and the value of it. So there's a lot of tension there. But essentially, this journey is about coming home. And funnily enough, as you come home, it's almost completing on this sense of nervous anxiety that was created around the time of the start of the pandemic in 2020. So I hope that this is helpful in terms of understanding a much greater picture as to how what occurred in March 2020 is playing out in the sort of like a global arena from your own perspective of your chart and your role that you're playing. You are helping to create the new sense of family. So there you go. I hope that's helpful. Lots of love to you, Aries Ascendant. Okay, so on to Taurus then. So now this is such a big picture talk. This isn't an easy, comfortable forecast, like for the year ahead. This is looking at your ascendant and the layout of your birth chart from the perspective of the Chiron North Node cycle. Now, obviously, it's a long cycle, and it's a 15 year cycle currently that we're moving into. So this yellow dot here represents where the Chiron North Node conjunction is taking place in terms of your birth chart. And then this is a little bit of the past leading up to the present. This is the present moment and birthing the next action between Chiron and the North Node, which is the square coming up in 2028. And then this last dot here, this purple dot, is representing the next conjunction between Chiron and the North Node. Now, you might not see the immediate value of understanding your own role in terms of the Chiron North Node story. But if we consider that the Chiron North Node story is giving humanity this chance to have this massive clearing and to deal with pain and to release pain so that we can get a sense of our legacy. It's almost like while we're cowering in pain or paralyzed in pain, we can't actually see the bigger picture, which is, why are we here? And so, this story is like one of the much bigger stories. It's not one of the up close and personal right now stories for you, but this is your part to play in the global future of humanity, which sounds, pretty big. So anyway, I want to take you a little bit back and sow the seeds, because at the time of the start of the pandemic, March 2020, we had the Chiron square to North Node, which took place between the 12th house and the 3rd house. So from your perspective at that time, it almost feels like there was this big mystery going on, so Chiron in the 12th was stirring a lot of unconscious archetypes within you, reminding you of a lot of old wounds that you might not have been able to put your finger on, not been able to articulate very well, but this sense of an unknown. And the 12th house is rife with fear. So the 12th house is very much about fear, in fact, from many perspectives. It's this big unknown place, this place where all of consciousness exists. And you can see the bit that you're shining the light on, but the rest of it is a little bit foggy. And so you may well have felt quite lost and quite alone. That like the 12th house can really show where we get mental difficulties, where we get physically depressed, and not physically depressed, sorry, emotionally depressed, like our emotions become lost. We're not physically lost necessarily, but our emotions are kind of all akimbo. So Chiron here would have, and this time of the global pandemic would have put you in a right old spin, and it would have reminded you of a lot of things from the past where there were uncertainties, things that you weren't sure of, or you weren't sure of your direction, your next step, and where you were taking keys, like social clues from the community, which is where the North Node was at that time. And the North Node, in your chart is very much at that time in the place of community, in the place of news, in the place of what everyone knows. The third house is like our early education. It's facts, it's rationalizations. It's not intuitive feeling and knowing. It's A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. And so I would imagine at the time of the pandemic arising in your consciousness, you'd have had this great sense that something much bigger was going on that you couldn't quite articulate. And the tension for you was getting given these facts of, this is what's playing out, this is why it's playing out, this is how it's playing out, this is the social narrative that's been agreed. And if you agree with it, you're safe. But if you don't, you're really not safe. And so your Chiron pain here is, where you can't articulate, where you can't see the big picture, it's kind of scary. It's not easy to understand. So that was definitely playing out. Right now, what's playing out is how you've grown since that time, how you've been able to make things a bit clearer, how you've been able to get a deeper grasp on things. And with the North Node now coming through your 12th house, you've definitely got this opportunity to give it a go. And obviously you've had at least 6 months to get a feel for it. If anything, this time has opened you up to the power of your imagination and your memories and the role that your deep memories are playing in your future. And of course, from a Taurus ascendant perspective, you've also got Uranus going through your first, making you a lot more rebellious, a lot more changeable, a lot more ready to change your energy and upshift your energy. You've also got Jupiter going through here as well at the same time. So I think this is an absolute moment of revelation for you. And the pain that comes up is the not knowing. It's almost like there is this, once you get a sense of something you don't know, you're wanting to know it. You're wanting to get clearer on it. You're wanting to shine the light on it. And the difficulty is, how do you know where to shine your light if you don't know that you need your light? So it's almost like a coming to awareness that's going on that may well cause you pain. It's like the awareness of what has been hidden, which again is the 12th house. So it's like all these old things from the past that have been hidden for a long time and possibly for good reason are coming up to reveal themselves now. Now, by the time of the next square, whatever is coming up to be recognized is absolutely out there. You can see it. Chiron's in your first house now. So it's no longer like this surprise. It's not in your blind sight. It's in your view. You can actually clearly see what you're dealing with, how you're dealing with it. And you can also see the connection between what you're dealing with and how it affects your body. You can really see that. One of the things that you are learning currently is the effect on your nervous system that takes place when there's anxieties that you can't perceive. And the chances are your intuition is also going like great guns right now, because the 12th house is also deeply intuitive. So you might not be able to see it, but you're coming into the knowing of it. And obviously the big tragedy for you, I think, and the frustration and the difficulty of the time of the pandemic is you already had the sense that you needed to trust your intuition a lot more. And yet the tension for you is everyone around you, everyone from your community, from your childhood, your local community was being very rational and fact-based, or appearing to be fact-based. And so there was that conflict. You're coming through this knowing that, you need to trust yourself. And as you accept that, by the time the 2028 square comes along, you're absolutely in that space of trusting what is arising within you and being able to take a step forwards, being able to see it, which is a great step forwards. Once you can see it, you can deal with it, you can integrate it. Now, the tension that might come up for you in 2028 as this next square comes up is in terms of career and in terms of what that means. So, for instance, you might be so steady in yourself, especially after having Uranus go through your sign. This will have also changed you and made you a lot more rebellious. But as you're standing your ground fully in that place of your intuition and your awareness and knowing what's right for you, the next big sort of like challenge coming up globally is how to stand strong against any power or authority that you might feel like you have to coerce to their view of, so very much like the social contract down here of the community. By 2028, that has transformed into the social contract of being seen as being successful. So I see this part of your journey really taking you from trusting your intuitions, absolutely trusting them, understanding the importance of them, and then knowing how to stand in the world, knowing how to stand strong in the world, create something strong for you in the world. Now, the 10th house is very much full of legacy, very much about your achievements and how you get recognized. So again, you might be thinking, how do I stand in the world with my current belief systems and how I believe things to be, even though that might hurt my potential from how it looks. Now, we're all given a set of cards here, so nobody's without these difficulties. We are all going through this together in different ways. And this is one of the legacies that you're coming up with, because by the time the next conjunction comes around between Chiron and the North Node, all of the things that you've been working out for yourself is helping sow the seeds and make space for a new set of community values and visions, for a new set of community guidelines, for a new way of being within the community, for a new way of creating relationships within the community that maybe eliminates things like bullying and gaslighting, which flipping heck has really come up over the last 4-year period, make no mistake. So this is a very important role that you're playing over this next 14-year period, because you're learning to deeply trust yourself to such an extent that you cannot be gaslit or bullied or put back in a box. And not only that, you're able to help other people do that too. So God bless you, Taurus Ascendant. You have picked a very, very strong and important role in this coming time. So anyway, I hope that's helpful. Like I say, it's not a straightforward focus, like a forecast, but it's more of a blueprint of how you are standing in the world and what your purpose might be. So I hope that's of help. Lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so we're on to Gemini now, and let's see what's coming up. So Gemini Ascendant, welcome. Now, this isn't the straightforward focus and forecast that I'm doing today. In terms of Chiron and the North Node, I've chosen to take a more global look at your role in this coming time. And by coming time, I don't mean like in March or April of this year, but I'm thinking from this Chiron North Node conjunction to the next one, which is 14 years away. Because, like the North Node is about purpose and legacy and how we stand in the world and what we're working towards. It would be remiss of me to give such a short-term look. What I'm really wanting to do in this short while with you is lay out some of the blueprint of why you're here and why you've gone through some of the challenges that you have. Like, which part of the global healing story have you taken on as part of your karmic load? So I'm hoping to explain that and explore that with you over this next short while. So as usual, this is color coded. And this yellow spot here, this is like X marks the spot. We are here right now. So this is showing where the current Chiron North Node energies are taking place. This is where the current conjunction is and where it is in relationship to your chart, given that you've got Gemini Ascendant. Now, what I'm looking at is a story from you being here right now to where you are the next time the Chiron conjunction to the North Node comes about, which is in 2038. That would be a really, really long time, wouldn't it? 2038. So the journey from Aries in your 11th house to Cancer in your 2nd house. Okay. And as all stories go, they usually have a little intro story, like the first piece that happens. And I'm really starting it from the time of the pandemic, which I think was a really strong astrological time with many massive patterns that have been set in motion. And that was the time of the previous Chiron North Node connection in a square. So March 2020, at the time of the launch of the pandemic, Chiron was in a square to the North Node, and it created havoc around the world. And obviously, if you remember, and I explored this a lot in part 1, but it created this sense of a whole new global initiative, a global way of being, and a lot of censorship, and also a lot of isolation, loads of themes of isolation and fear, etc., etc. And for many people, it affected our homes, our families. We are still reverberating with this. So what I'm keen to explore here is, what story did that set off in you? How have you been coping with it? And how has that arisen in your life from March 2020 to where you are now? And then where it's moving on to as you get to 2028 at the time of the next square, so that we can see the kind of sort of onward trajectory that you're doing in terms of releasing pain in your life to be able to accept part of the legacy or part of the movement that you've kind of signed on for. So here goes. So at the time of the last square, at the time of the global pandemic, Chiron was in your 11th house, which is very much about your friends, your networks, your sense of benevolence and philanthropy, and how you do the right thing and how you connect. Very much about the global family, I would say. And one of the difficulties with that, because obviously this is a square, so Chiron was here, the North Node was here in your 2nd house. It also created a big change in the way you value yourself, but also in the way that you earn a living and how you see your rights to earn a living, etc., etc. So the tension for you was in, how do I maintain an earning, maintain a sense of, I do this service in exchange for this, and I value myself in that exchange, as we all do. And yet there was this growing global narrative coming up between your friends, your peer groups, your networks, which you would have been very attached to. And this is what, like showing a lot of pain here in the 11th house. Because obviously for a Gemini ascendant as well, the 11th house is really kind of important. It's traditionally an air house, it's very much associated with the sign of Aquarius, a fellow air sign. And, people with Gemini ascendant tend to be real communards, they're really in the community. So it's like, how can you maintain your stability and security in life and the story of, I must carry on working, etc., whilst also being part of this story? And so I think this would have been one of the harder positions actually to have this square in, because it really, any sense of self-interest or need for survival is cast a shadow on by the global community. So anywhere where you might have worked really hard for everything that has come to you in your life, you might have actually ended up feeling a bit of shame about, because the global community was really talking in terms of we all have to do the same thing at the same time in this way, because if we don't join this global team initiative, it means we're a very bad person, or it means our values are out of whack, or it means that we're do you know what I really see this as? Kind of playing out quite well. Like the second house, kind of like capitalism or conservatism, and the 11th house really showing liberalism, democracy. And it almost shows you dancing between these two, like the idea of global family interest versus self-interest. And of course, you know, this, as the pandemic was exploded and explored, the real big picture that was given to us through media was that conservatism equals self-interest, and selfishness, and it's very bad. And liberalism and a flat playing field, everyone coming together to do the same thing, to do the right thing, to save grandma, to do this, to do that, was obviously heralded as the only way of being. And yet there would have been aspects to this that you may or may not have agreed with, but it's very much like you're either here or you're here. And so I think this kind of probably ripped you apart quite a lot, and you'd have had to choose one or the other. And of course, if you chose to develop what you felt was right for you, you might have been excluded from the global family or the friends and the peer groups that you've been part of. But if you explored this, you might have been doing it at the detriment of here. You know, like there are some policies or ideas about kind of like the life of living in community that stops you from owning things. Like the whole idea of you'll own nothing and you'll be happy is really something that comes up in this place here, and it kind of casts shame on here. So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, what's come up since 2020 to right now where you are was this feeling of shame about having any kind of interest to look after yourself, or shame to be proud of your achievements when really you should be suffering here or sharing in the collective pain. And if you're not doing that, then you're a bad person. So I see that was a really strong like area of separation, that right now it's time for you to integrate. Like, you know, Aries Chiron in the 11th house is like, how can you deal with the pain? How can you integrate the pain of self-interest, because it's Aries, and the 11th house, which is like the global, like how can you be yourself whilst also being part of the global solution? And that's what you're learning right now. That's your big key learning point, I think, is how you can look after yourself whilst not diminishing the collective. Now, as this moves on from now till 2028, you're moving into a whole new area that's going to expand your mind really quite extraordinarily. And of course, you've got Pluto here in the 9th house, and you might have already listened to my Pluto forecast over the next year for your ascendant sign. If not, please do check out my recent Pluto, because that could be quite useful too. But this Chiron square North Node coming up in 2028 is really around this 0 degree Aquarius, which is a number that keeps coming up a lot in astrology at the moment. And the 9th house is about this sense of exploration and expansion, and seeing the big world, and seeing different viewpoints, different religions, different politics, different legal systems, seeing all of the context, the larger part of life that you don't necessarily see from the strict Gemini perspective. Like the Gemini perspective is a lot more about facts, whereas, you know, and obviously Gemini is typically ruling the 3rd house, but this 9th house is traditionally a Sagittarius sign, if you get my meaning. The 9th house is all about context. You know, it's the wood for the trees rather than focusing on the trees. And so between now, when you're integrating the idea of it is okay to look after myself and also be part of the global community, and here's how I'm crafting that, here's how I'm finding my way to doing that, the next kind of dance that you're playing is you're becoming, the more you do that, the more you're becoming aware that there's a much greater context, and that actually context is everything. It's not really the facts and figures. Like, so we could be told that if you're of this age group, at this stage in your life with these conditions, you definitely need to have this kind of medical intervention. But actually, what's up here is the context. The context might be, well, yeah, that's apparent if you can't also do this and this, but if you can, then this doesn't matter. Context is everything. So you're going on this journey of context, and I guess the next challenge is how you can integrate a different way of knowing things with your Chiron that will eventually be coming into the sign of Taurus in your 12th house, which is opening you up much more deeply. So what I'm seeing really for you, Gemini Ascendant, is the Chiron North Node journey is integrating what passed in March 2020 for you right now. That's your big goal, is to integrate how to be in this world right now. But where you're moving to is a much, much deeper understanding of yourself, more than you've probably ever figured you would do. You're going much deeper, much, much deeper into old memories, old belief systems, old fears, old this, that, and the other. Things that you might have written off because they were too intuitive or not quite factual enough. Like you couldn't articulate it. So, you therefore didn't talk about it. It's all the hidden things that you might have glossed over because they didn't quite fit in an easy way to be able to explain. So, during now to 2028, your big adventure is to adventure into yourself. And in doing so, by the time the next conjunction comes around, you'll be able to help lead the way into consciously earning, consciously giving our time and energy, consciously transacting in the world. Like the second house is how we transact in the world. How do we value ourselves to such a degree that we have a service, that we provide a service, that we have a role? So to me, it feels like in getting the balance right between you being able to look after yourself and also be part of the community, you're actually working on a much grander scale of maybe helping us. There are rumors that we will end up with no money. I mean, obviously, Klaus Schwab and his fans are saying, you'll earn nothing and be happy, which, yeah, at some levels, there could be some truth in that. There are also people that talk about this idea that we could actually work without money, that we could live in a world, some kind of utopia whereby we don't have money, but we offer ourselves in service and other people offer ourselves in service, and that there is this mutuality, this kind of exchange. Maybe that's part of the roles that you're going to explore. But I do think that your ability to be able to see the much bigger picture, but then tell the story behind it, because Geminis are great storytellers. Like, how can you learn everything and then use the power of your mind to put it into a great story so that humanity has got this new way of transacting and working? I don't know how you're going to do it exactly, but it's quite a strong calling. And one that's taking you away from some of your more socialistic leanings. Not to say that it's not coming from a social place and won't end up in a social place, but it's going to look very different from the ideas of what we've been told. This is what you have to do to show that you're a caring, global brother and sister of team humanity. What you're actually, in this journey over the next 14 years, you're learning that actually what's required is completely different. And good for you. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on that, because that's quite a big thing to work on, right? So anyway, Gemini, there you go. I hope that's helpful for you. Like I said at the start, it's not a normal forecast, but more of a much bigger global shot of what kind of karmic blueprint you're working on right now. So anyway, lots of love to you. Bye for now. Okay, so Cancer, on to you. Now, this isn't the usual kind of forecast that I do. So normally I'm looking, when I do a forecast, I'm looking at 6 months to a year ahead. Well, this is taking you the entire cycle of this Chiron conjunct North Node, which is taking place in February to March of this year 2024, and it's taking you to the whole next level of Chiron conjunct North Node. The next time it takes place is in 2038. Now that might seem a little bit futuristic, a little bit bonkers, and fair enough, that's fine if it does. The whole purpose of this is not to really see your life through the lens of a really small picture, through a small aperture, but to look at your life from the perspective of global meaning, through the perspective of the global awakening, if it indeed is happening, the sense that what wounding is going on inside your heart right now is possibly a reflection of what's going on globally, your role that you're playing as like within this awakening, and how you might make sense of it. And so to do this, what I'm looking at is the Chiron conjunct North Node, and some of the key stages. So, for instance, I'm looking at what happened immediately before, like the last Chiron North Node connection was in a square, which happened in March 2020, which of course is a date or a time etched in all of our minds, because that's when all the global the narrative of the global pandemic was launched literally in March. That's when it came into most people's consciousness. So March 2020 was obviously a very extreme time. And of course, we've got the present, like where you've moved on since then. And then the next key marker on this story is taking us to 2028. So February of 2028. So this time in 2020 was a square, a Chiron. There's Chiron and there's the North Node. This next connection will be a square. Chiron will have moved from here to here, and the North Node will have gone from here to here. So we've got these two squares either side of the time we're in now. But I'm really telling the story from how you get from here eventually to this point here, this purple point, which is where the next Chiron North Node conjunction is taking place. Now, you might know your birth chart really well, and I hope you do, because that's always very helpful. So if you've got something around 3 degrees in the sign of Cancer, or 16 to 19 degrees around here in Aries, or indeed you've got something playing out at 0 degrees of the fixed signs, then this is quite significant. This is quite helpful because, your chart is playing into the current times. Now, obviously, this degree here, 0 degrees Aquarius and Taurus, is playing out for us right now because Pluto's here. And you might have seen my Pluto forecast for your year ahead with the Pluto and the Sun and their synodic cycle. And that might be of use in terms of what transformation you're going through in this next year. But this is a much broader sense of how you're making sense of the pain threshold, the healing, the need for healing globally and internally since the start of the pandemic, which I think is a marker for most people. How you've made sense of it up till now and what changes might come. Obviously, this is a very big year astrologically, lots of big shifts. And then where that's leading you to over the next 4 years, so pretty much the same space of distance, or time from the pandemic to now. It's from now until, a 4 years in the future. So, I've kind of bitten it down so that we can understand where we were, where we are now, where we're going, with a future view of where we'll end up. Now, obviously, the Chiron is really showing what has hurt us, what hurts we're dealing with, or what hurts have we been dealt with from afar, in particular, in terms of the transiting Chiron. Obviously, our personal Chiron shows what we were dealt with at birth and early on in our life. But, the North Node is really showing us the direction, or the karmic direction we're going in right now, and humanity is going in right now, how it's impacting us. So that's why, I wanted to kind of stellate this. I wanted to blow it right up to sort of include the idea of your destiny or your legacy. Like, where are you going? Like, what is the sum total of your efforts in this lifetime? Not in this lifetime, but over this next 14, 15-year period. How is what you've already experienced lining you up to participate as being part of a solution in the future. What is the part that you are playing right now, Cancer Ascendant? So it's quite deep, it's quite abstract, but hopefully it's going to be helpful. Let's see how this goes. So where Chiron is in relation to your chart right now, and where it was at the time of the pandemic, this is interesting for you, because at the time of the pandemic, at the launch of it, Chiron's up here in your 10th house, newly sort of in your 10th house, and the North Node is early on in your Ascendant. So it's gone all the way through your first house, and it's about to cross over into your 12th. Now, the North Node going through the first house is very much about your identity. What are you learning about your identity and your role in the world? What are you learning about your role in life? What are you learning about your personality that people see, your body, your how people experience you, the energy that is you, and what are you learning about it? And obviously, the North Node coming through this area, it's almost like you're learning a lesson about it. You're learning a lot more about what it is to be you, you, the person, the persona, the wrapper on your body and soul that is you. You're learning about your personal brand. And with Chiron here in the 10th house, I think this would have shown up in many respects as an opportunity to further yourself. Now, I don't mean that in a bloodthirsty kind of curdling way at all. But, I was thinking while I was doing the washing up earlier, how, the pandemic, or the idea of the pandemic and what has since arisen has changed the lives of everyone. And, whilst for most people we'd all say, oh, yeah, it's been really bad, there were some benefits to it. And I acknowledged that actually, at the time of the pandemic, it opened things up for coaching. It opened things up. People were feeling a bit miserable, a bit misunderstood, a bit confused. And so it was great for me in terms of business, terrible for me in terms of how I worked out my place in the world, because it really changed things. So what I see for you, Cancer, is like with Chiron coming through your 10th house, it's kind of giving you some purpose. Like in the 10th house, we get recognized, we get seen, we get a sense of like we're being paid. We got this sense of standing in the world and really being experienced. And so with Chiron up here, it's almost like your pains could be acknowledged, the hard work and the pain involved in working hard to get where you got, finally acknowledged. And then with the North Node going through your first house, it feels like you've been, what was going on around the time of the pandemic has almost given you, I don't want to say a boost up in terms of making it sound like it was mercenary at all, because that's not what I'm implying. But I think you'd have got a sense of purpose around that time. Like all of a sudden something fell into place and you thought, this is why I'm here. Obviously, I'm here because my energy is needed here right now. I can be very useful. And I don't know how you would have played that out, how you'd have been useful. But so many people have come into service during this time. So many people have made careers out of being at service as well. And, a lot of us have found our way through the adversity of it all. And so what one of the sub stories in the story of your life, I think, is that during this time of global pain was a solution for you, the sense that you could be recognized for everything that you do. You could be felt, you could be understood, you could be seen, and you had the chance to attend to your pains and insecurities as well, because in the 10th house, you'd have felt them for sure. Now, dependent on the layout of your chart and how it all fits in together, you might find that, like, if your 10th house has got some planets and they're not very well easily connected to other things, it could have triggered a whole heap of doodah. It could have been quite difficult for you. So I think a lot of it here with these angular houses really depends on the real quality of your chart in the first place. But, if you've got a really good 10th or first house, this could have really propelled you, could really help you. But yeah, this sense of purpose, through experiencing the pain and through being part of this, there was a sense of purpose, and a sense of you knowing yourself through the understanding of purpose. Now, how has that changed? Well, with Chiron in your 10th, continually going around in your 10th, I think there's an element of leadership. There's something that you've been learning about how to stand strong, how to take responsibility for others, how to help others with their pain, how to take care of people, a lot of sort of parental roles, possibly within your families, your communities, maybe even as a career. But there's this sense of you are a lot more of a leader. At these times of pain, sometimes we are woken up and we realize we step into our leadership role. We step into our need to be an elder. We recognize that our energy is needed and we just give it freely because that's who we are. So there's this sense of recognition. And obviously, anytime we step up a level or two and we step into something, we do get challenged. Anytime we are evolving, especially publicly, which is, what's going on here with the 10th house, we are standing in a role of leadership. We are standing in a role of responsibility. We are going to get cut down. We are going to feel the pain of what happens when you put your head above the parapet. Like the tallest blades of grass are the ones that get cut first, which is quite a pessimistic view of like raising yourself up. But there's some truth to it. And of course, with a Cancerian ascendant, that could be quite painful given that the moon is your ruling planet. However, there's this feeling of strength. There's this feeling that, well, if I have to take some slings and arrows to be able to help humanity and to find myself in this leadership role, so be it. And that's kind of where you are right now. There is an element of where are you being a leader? Where are you being an elder? Where are you standing strong? Even though it might be painful. And you may well have learnt that pattern from a parent because obviously, a 10th house and a 4th house, they tend to bring in the parental energies quite a lot and our attitudes towards authority. So it's worth examining how you feel about authority and whether you've seen them suffer for success because it's not necessarily a given. You don't have to do it. And once you get conscious to it, you can possibly, recognize that, somebody's opinion is just their opinion. It doesn't mean that you are what they say you are, Anyway, where you're moving from here towards the next square and how that next challenge is coming up. Well, yes, you are a leader. And actually how you're moving over this next 4-year period is you've got this invitation to lead more people. Lead people as a collective, lead people in a vision, lead people in a movement even. You're coming into your leadership in such a way that you're now able to share your position without it feeling threatening. You're now able to engage with people at a much deeper level, which is fantastic, in fact. And the learning here, and of course, there is always learning as we are shifting and evolving. But the learning here is that there's a lot of guilt, shame, blame, anger, bitterness, negativity, a lot of emotional debris on the highway of Team Humanity right now. And so as you're leading a global team or leading people into self-discovery, maybe as a movement or helping raise the game of humanity, you may well be coming up against guilt, shame, blame, and anger. You might be coming up against people playing out some of the worst aspects of family dynamics. Shame, blame, guilt, anger, they're all really there as a false way to connect with people and to like you're connecting through disempowerment, and it's a pattern that comes up so many times, loads of families run on it. It's the fuel that most families actually run on is the sarcasm, the lower forms of connection where you have a collective story, together, and it might involve one person's shame, one person's guilt, and you're all kind of playing interactively. You're likely to be pulled into those conversations quite a lot, especially, as we come more into this square time. And as you lead with more breadth, and as you engage with more people, you may well find you get the kind of resistance that you'd have got from your own family, or it could even be your own family, or you may well find that you are judging yourself by these criteria. You might hear in your head, oh, why are you doing that? Only a fool would do that. Or, like all these kind of negative things playing out. The 8th house is an interesting one because it's also about birth, life, death, and, coming back to life, resurrection. And so there's all these ideas of moving from one stage of life to another. So you may well find that as you expand and broaden your remit and lead the way, that there is some pain in doing it. And that pain involves moving from one stage of life to another. So how does that work together? Are you prepared to step into this new life? Or are you stepping into this new life whilst trying to keep your old life the same? Because that's the challenge. It's not really going to happen as you step into more magnificence or more purpose or more legacy, like as you're stepping into your direction, maybe the thing that you've come here to do. You're feeling the pain, the acute pain of stepping outside of your, the context you were born into, the story of who you are or were. And are you prepared to go through that change? Can you be the person you hope to be whilst also holding this story about you? So I do think that's the sort of ongoing challenge, really taking you from now for the next 4 years or so. And of course, the sooner you allow yourself the space to be new and be fresh and allow yourself to have a new story, like a new context, like give yourself a great story, give yourself a great hero story. And just because you're like moving from one stage of life to another does not mean that the stage of life you're leaving behind, you're separating from, but you're just accepting that you're different, but you can still have the same people in your life. You don't necessarily have to stop, but you need to acknowledge that you are growing. And that's very difficult to do if there are people reminding you that you're not growing. So there's a bit of a challenge there. But anyway, where this is all coming back, like the next Chiron North Node conjunction, which is like the global opportunity for us to deal with pain, the global opportunity for us to renew ourselves, is coming in your first house. So all this, like the way you're learning to be a leader, the way you're learning to stand strong and to take ownership for things, to be an elder, to take responsibility for any mess around you, the way you've stepped into leadership here, and the way you're going to broaden that and be encouraged to reach out to more people, make a difference to more people. As that comes round to 2038, if you're still in that game, that is, the key learning message is, what are you showing the world about leadership? What are you showing the world about strength? What are you showing the world about taking responsibility? If you think the first house is very much about leading the way, and that leadership sometimes feels very solitary, where you have to make your own decisions and you have to dig really deep. And yet this journey that you're on right now is teaching you exactly that, so that you may share those gifts with other people and show them how to be strong in themselves. So you may find that you're on a journey to teach people about strength. You might also find that you're on a journey to teach people about being strong in their health, because obviously the first house is about the body and health. And so, and Chiron in the 10th could be working in healthcare as well, because Chiron is very much about health and healing, and the 10th house is very much about professions. I do note that lots of people that I know who are healers, whether they're coaches or physical body healers, have a strong professional Chiron in their 6th, their 2nd, their 10th, because they really resonate with money and status, and in terms of how we're being about the world. So you may well find that you're on a healing journey, helping people heal, helping spread a healing message, so that by the time this comes around in 2038, you've already sown the seeds that there are more leaders, more people prepared to stand in their own power, and more people who can heal themselves and understand the purity and simplicity of knowing our bodies. So there you go, Cancer. Like I said, it's not a normal forecast, a little bit abstract, a little bit big picture, but I hope that's of help to you. So on to Leo then. So for the Leo Ascendant, what's coming up? Now, Leo Ascendant, as I've said to all the other signs, this is not about giving you a forecast for the next year or like the 6 months or whatever. This is about kind of setting the scene for a blueprint for yourself taking you from this Chiron North Node conjunction to the next one in 14, 15 years' time. Now, obviously, I accept and understand that that's a heck of a long time. And why would you want a 14, 15-year forecast? Well, it's not exactly a forecast. It's to kind of give you the energies of, like, Chiron is about your healing journey, and North Node is about your purpose in life and what you're healing to reveal your purpose. Like, as you heal and you let go of your insecurities, you open yourself up to vulnerability, for sure. But, you know, in that vulnerable state, you really become yourself. And, you know, from Chiron North Node conjunctions, that's also what we're doing in the world. So my sense here is it would be useful for you to understand where healing conditions have arisen in your life in recent times, you know, with this transiting Chiron, not necessarily your natal Chiron, but where Chiron has been transiting in your chart, will have awoken stuff in you, stuff to be healed, stuff to be integrated. And that is, in many respects, describing a journey that you're on, whereby you are revealing more of, like, in healing this, you're revealing who you are and coming into your purpose and alignment. So that's the whole purpose of this. It's not to say, oh, this is going to happen on this date, but more to give you a blueprint to your legacy, a blueprint to why you're here at this time and what that might mean. What is the significance of you? Can you get any better than that? So yeah, it's quite abstract. And here's how I'm going to do it. So you'll see I've got these different points. This big yellow one here is the current times. This is where the conjunction between Chiron and the North Node actually is right now. And here it is in purple, in 14 years and 8 months, or whatever it is, time. You know, it's, you know, moving from here to here within your chart. And I've brought up the positions of where the squares are. When I was investigating earlier in part one, you might have seen it, you might not, but in part one, I looked at the previous conjunction, then the square, then the opposition, then the other square, and then this new one. So I was, you know, examining the astrology of it and what happened at the time. And the squares in particular were the ones that I thought created more conflict and more strife in my sort of own investigations. So that's why I've put the squares in. But in particular, the last square had such strong astrology. You know, it was in 2020, and in January, February, March of that year, we had the ongoing conjunction between Jupiter, Pluto, and Saturn. They all came into various conjunctions between themselves, all in the sign of Capricorn, easing into Aquarius, you know, with Saturn later on. This was a really, really strong astrological marker that there was big change coming. And then in March 2020, we had the Chiron here, North Node here in their square, and that really marked the start of the pandemic as we knew it. You know, it really helped to launch it, the new global narrative of what was going on, the new global pain, the new global thing that we were healing. And, you know, for most of us, it's left quite a strong impression that, you know, we're still adapting to and working out what that has meant to us and how that's changed our lives. So, yeah, here's what I'm exploring. So, you know, if we think of where we were 4 years ago to where we are now and what that's meant, then where we're moving over the next 4 years towards the next square and what that might bring up for you and how this all fits into the greater journey. So that's the nutshell. So anyway, at the time of the pandemic, you had the North Node here in this 9th house section of your chart, which is very much about the need to explore, the need to get a much bigger picture of everything, much bigger snapshot of the world. And it was squared to the North Node in the sign of Cancer in your 12th. So the North Node in the 12th is an interesting one because it raises your intuition significantly. It also raises a question mark about a lot of your old memories. It's usually a time when we're trying to lay a lot of things to rest. You know, with the North Node going through the 12th house, it's really stirring up a lot of stuff in terms of our mental health, stirring up a big need to understand our insecurities and our fears and the things that hold us back. There's a real invitation for us to dig a bit deeper, look underneath the rug of our emotions, go searching for it. And if we're not searching for it, trust me, life will give you that little nudge. It'll give you that nudge to see what you're not seeing and what you need to see to be able to manage your life better. So it's quite painful, actually, the North Node going through the 12th house. It's not comfortable because your intuition is alive and you're feeling all these extra things and not quite knowing how to process it. So whilst that's going on, whilst you're feeling all those things, in your own Leo ascendant way, and feeling the pain of it, you're wanting to explore something adventurously. You're wanting a much bigger context to put everything in. So it's almost like, I'm feeling pain, quick. How can I distract myself with something exciting, adventurous, and glowing? Because in doing so, you're actually, without realizing it, by living a bigger life and a grander life, you're actually going to explode all of these hidden aspects so much quicker. Because, once we step outside of our usual context, once we step outside of our story, once we do something bigger than normal, and once we learn a lot more and talk to people from a different way of life and start thinking things from a new perspective, it naturally changes everything. It naturally brings up all our old programming, because as we're confronted with something new, something comes up from the past and we go, oh, and in that moment, you're having a realization, a full body experience, and, stuff is changing. That's why when people go on these gap years or, they take a break and they do something very different, they go through a massive shift quite quickly. And sometimes that's the best thing you can do. If you're stagnant, you could A, stay in the problem and try and work it out, or B, and this is the thing I would recommend, is you find a way to do it freely. Like you give yourself a massive blank space and you kind of wait for something brilliant to arise within it and follow. But it's intuitive and it's uncomfortable. It's really not comfortable at all. So at the time of the pandemic, I think there was this sense of a new adventure, this sense of, okay, this is actually an opportunity for me to live differently, live bigger, learn new things. And yes, it is going to stir up a lot of stuff. So the North Node, who is actually stirring up a lot of stuff anyway, it's stirred up because of excitement rather than stirred up because of upset. Does that make sense? I'm asking as if I'm going to hear back from you. Isn't that funny? So yeah, my sense is you are like caught between these two almost invisible forces of expansion. One is expanding through excitement. The other is expanding through noticing what's held you back and where you're self-sabotaging. And that would have created a huge dynamic for change. And, 4 years later, you're still in that space of expanding and enjoying life and questioning more and meeting more people and being a lot more diverse and having a lot more fun with it. And, of course, now the North Node is here. It actually feels like it's your purpose to explore things with this new burst of life and this new deep questing. It's actually become part of your persona. You've really brought them both together, home to roost. So I actually see that this is one of the success stories, actually, of Chiron and the North Node, through the ascendants. You have managed to bring the energy of exploration and the energy of healing under one roof, because you've been up for the adventure. You've heard the call of it, the call of the wild, and you're like, yeah, bring it on. Yes, it might get chaotic. Yes, it might get difficult to cope with. And so what? And of course, whilst that has been happening, you've also had Uranus going through your 10th, showing that you might not have been as very, very reliable, as normal in terms of your career. So you've been a lot more creative. And you've also had Pluto dancing around here. And, and during that time, Saturn's come over this point as well. So, you have had lots of other change markers to help you. So your creative approach to change, I think, has really helped you. And yes, it might have created some healing fallout, but it's done with an adventurous open-heartedness. And I think that's how it's worked for you so far. Now, where is it going? So like, where is this journey taking you from now for the next 4 years? When we've got the next square, like Chiron square North Node. Well, here's how I see it kind of working out. This new sense of adventure, this new sense of direction, this new clarity that actually you can create more fun for yourself, you can create more growth for yourself by just kind of diving in and not holding back, like really experiencing life from a different perspective. That has led you into a position of leadership. That's what's happening over the next 4 years. You are being called into leading. You're being your energy, your heat, your fun, your big vision, your big heart, like anywhere where you are big hearted is being called into leading, called into mentorship, called into like being a beacon of light, which is very much a Leo ascendant thing to do, like be a beacon. And in accepting that challenge around the time of 2028, as you're stepping into this beautiful vision of leadership, which is much more open-hearted than we could imagine. So I do think we're going to get some very compassionate, warm and amazing leaders coming up over this next period from you Leo ascendant people. When you're doing this, the North Node is actually going to be right here on this Pluto spot, which is understanding the impact that's going to have on your personal relationships and your personal friends. And that's likely to cause a little bit of chaos, or I don't want to say trauma, because you're eating that up for breakfast anyway. So don't be afraid of that. But it's like your energy and Uranus in your 10th has really paved the way for this really beautifully. You're already having these questions anyway. You've had Uranus here and Saturn here over the last few years. So you've already experienced this. Well, I'm expressing myself publicly. And yes, it feels like my relationships are a bit restrictive and I've got something to work out about that. But, what's happening here is this global expansion is turning you into a leader. And in doing that, it may well create some tension in terms of the stability, the stable people in your life. You may well find that they are calling you back into the family. You may find they're calling you back into partnership. And it may feel like there's a lot of transformation going on for them too, through your light. Like if you think of yourself as a light emitter, like you are the sun, you are somebody radiating out this lovely sparkle. The people in your life who are seeing less of it because you're kind of out there and they're sort of back here, they're going to be transforming through the lack of you. So, one of and I might have even mentioned something a bit similar to this in the Pluto reading, because obviously Pluto coming here on your 7th is a big deal. You might find you need to support the people in your life more as you're making this step into the bigger world. They're going to be needing a bit more of you. So if you are wanting them to stay in your life, you might need to sort of open yourself more to them, be more available to them. And similarly, you may well find that they end up supporting you, but the relationship between the level of support and appreciation going on between you and your relationships can be put at strain. And this is something, like I said, it's an ongoing thing. This isn't just something that's arriving between now and the next 4 years. This is something to be working on. It's already coming up for you. It's not a new story. So this is your chance to do it more effectively, more magnetically, more beautifully. Now, where is this all leading you, Leo Ascendant? Well, you've gone from this very wholehearted, beautiful, warm, adventurous place where you're like, let's find out, rather than, oh, I don't know, that sounds risky. You're like, yeah, let's find out. And then it's leading you into leadership. Well, ultimately, where this is going is taking you into your inner authority. It's taking you into that inner knowing, that deep, profound, healed person. It's almost like the more you lead the way for others with an absolute really open heart, like really leading from the right place, not because you just stepped up and said, hey, I declare myself a leader. It's like, it's almost like everybody has put you there. It's not just you. It's come from you being the leader before you step into it, if that makes sense. In adopting that leadership role and that stewardship for energy, you learn something about yourself, something that is healing your inner child. It's healing the past. It's healing the past patterns. When Chiron comes here in your 12th house, like Chiron the 12th is not easy, not by a long shot. You know, I receive emails from people that have Chiron in the 12th house in their birth chart. It's tough because you feel everything. And one of the opportunities for you with that is to learn what's yours and to realize that it's okay to be vulnerable. And so I think as you're rising up and becoming really heart-centered and heartfelt, it's opening you up to a whole new range of emotions and a whole new range of being, almost like the Leo ascendant is actually becoming the sun. You know, I quite like the learning that I've got from Access Consciousness, following Dr. Dane Heer's channel quite a bit over the last few years. And one of the things he says is you can't really receive if you're only receiving good things. Like if you're only open to receiving good things and you're saying, oh, no, bad things, I don't want that. You're blocking the flow of receivership because, you know, when you're in a flow of receivership, you'll just take everything and not judge it. And of course, the more you don't judge it, the more you'll receive. And you might get a few duff things come in, but mostly, you know, as you start receiving more and more and more, the moreness and the rightness of it gets higher and higher and higher. And every now and again, yes, you'll receive something that's not so fun, but because you're rising up, you can deal with more. So what I'm suggesting here is the more you can be yourself and see that this is part of your legacy, it's almost like it's enough to be you. That's all you need to do, actually. You just need to be you, have fun, like diving into life and seeing the vastness of life. You will be called into leadership, most probably. And yes, people will love to hear from you and love to be in your space. And that's beautiful. Allow it to happen. And the more it's happening, the more you need to just be able to receive it and not judge it. Because when Chiron comes here into the 12th house, you're in such an intuitive, receptive place. It's almost like if you get hurt by anything, it's because you're trying to boundary things. Like the 12th house is really unboundaried. And yes, that can cause pain, but only because you don't know yourself. When you know yourself, it's very easy to receive things that come in that might not be for you because you say, oh, that's not me, it's fine. Just let it pass by. So for you, Leo ascendants, yes, this is really kind of like contextual and really sort of like high level. This isn't like a normal forecast. What I'm seeing is the greater context of why you're here right now is to be so much more and to be absolutely you, be playful with it, be divine about it. Yeah, that's all I need to say, I think. So I hope that's helpful. I really do. There you go. So on to Virgo now. Hey, Virgo. So looking at this like big old Chiron North Node journey from a much bigger perspective, this isn't a normal forecast, you know, where I'm like giving you a 6-month overview or something like that. This is, okay, what's going on for you on your healing global journey, and in terms of understanding your purpose in life? What's going on for you from the conjunction between the Chiron and the North Node right here, right now, where this yellow is, to where it's going to be the next time these guys come together, which is in 2038. So it's like 14, almost 15 years away. Obviously, there's going to be some massive changes in the world. And, you know, so that's why I'm not like forecasting this is what's going to happen on this day. But I want to get a sense of the theme, like the North Node is about purpose and legacy and where we're going and the karma of why we're here. And then Chiron is the wounding that goes on and what part of that wounding we're dealing with. Now, in our birth charts, where Chiron is really shows us our health, our healing, and how we work with it. And the North Node really attests to some of the challenges we get in terms of fulfilling our legacy and really doing what we're meant to be doing in this lifetime. So, like where the current Chiron and North Node are, it's what healing opportunities is life giving you right now. Not necessarily what were you born with, but why are you healing right now? What has life given you recently that is creating a healing destination for you? And what is life presenting as a legacy or a direction for you karmically? So to explore this, to get a real sense of what you're working with over the next 14 years to become yourself, to be on your karmic journey, to just really come into who you really are and who you're meant to be. I'm taking you on the journey from here to here, and I'm examining the two squares that happen either side of this conjunction. So the one immediately before took place March 2020, which was obviously the time that the COVID phenomenon started in earnest. And I talk about this in part one. I look at the conjunction, the square, the opposition, the square, the conjunction. I look at the whole pattern of Chiron the North Node for quite some time and talk about world events and stuff that was going on. Also look at the America chart, which, boy, you're going through your Chiron return right now if you're living in the States. But anyway, that aside, at this time, the time of the pandemic, it created a massive change in human consciousness and in health expectations. I say health expectations as if I'm talking about physical health, but actually what I'm really talking about is the emotional health, the emotional wounding, because I think for most people, they've been wounded much more gravely in their emotions and their psyche than they have in their physicality. And anything that's going on in their physical is, I think, this is just my opinion now, it's come from that sense of dis-ease in ourselves, that our inner psychology has been like, oh my God, give me a break. And then, something physical comes up because we're not able to shift this thing. And this is the level I want to come to you at, actually, Virgo, because, where Chiron was at the time of the pandemic, the release of the pandemic, Chiron was in your 8th house. The 8th house is about life, death, birth, life and death, sex, illness, life changes, going from one stage of life to another, to another, to another, to another. All the secrets, the things that we don't talk about, the uncomfortable subjects, the guilt, shame, blame and anger and all that kind of jazz, which, again, nobody really wants to talk about, but we all experience from time to time. And it's also those inherited family patterns that we struggle to shift. I do think our inherited sort of like psychic DNA is in this, it's passed down. Like the wealth that is shared between families. The 8th house is also about like shared wealth. Yeah, the shared DNA, the shared patterns, the shared judgments. Judgments is a real 8th house thing. So Chiron being in here at the time of the pandemic, for you, from your perspective, would have been very deeply challenging. It would have taken you clean out of one side of life and into another. And any sort of pain that came up would have been in not wanting to leave this way of life for another. Maybe the shock of the change that came up was more than you could cope with. You know how some kids want to stay in a baby phase and they don't want to move on to the next one? Isn't that the thing that happens for all of us as we're going through life? As we move from one stage to another, to another, to another, there's a certain amount of fear and expectation and grief that we're leaving behind, a time that might have been easier, going into a new level. Like we open our eyes more fully, we see more, and obviously in that moment we maybe experience more pain. So this wouldn't have been an easy transition for you, not by a long shot. And of course, Chiron is still here. It's going to be here for a long time. And then around, the end of 27 to 28, Chiron is transitioning into Taurus, which is going to give you a whole new level of experience. And I think you'll really deserve it, because Chiron is actually the longest in the sign of Aries. Out of all the signs, it's got an elliptical orbit. And so for you, this has been really painful. Like, it's gone through your whole 8th house. That's where you've experienced him the longest. Some people have had him in the 9th. That's so much easier, or more fun at least. But yeah, you've had him in the 8th. Anyway, so yeah, quite a journey. Now, at the time of the pandemic, the North Node would have been in your 11th. And so the karmic journey and messaging here was like, the 11th is about friends and networks and stuff like that. But you were learning harsh lessons about friends. You were learning harsh lessons about colleagues, associations, the power of associations, the power of global thinking. And so I think it probably occurred to you quite a bit that what the collective was saying was actually in contrast to what you were feeling, or possibly, if you felt more aligned to what the collective was saying, it was going against your inner programming and your guilt, shame, blame, and anger that comes from your family. Most likely a bit of the both. But the 8th house is a place of deep intuition, and it's also a place of secrets. It's also a place where things do get kept secret. And so to me, it feels like if you'd have wanted to speak up at this time, the pressure from friends and networks, possibly professional associations that you are associated with, would have required you to keep your mouth shut, to keep quiet. So the element of secrecy has caused pain. The element of either secrets not being revealed to you or needing to keep secrets will have caused a level of pain and anxiety. Now, at this current stage in time, with Chiron, sort of halfway and coming into the last section of his time in Aries, you're actually much more comfortable in this position. You'd have had to explore things a lot more than most other ascendants, because it had just been too painful to ignore it. There's only so much you can brush over the carpet. But in the 11th house, in the 8th house, you really can't, because you feel it. You feel it in your inner psychology. You know that something's not quite right. You know that if you're being true to yourself or not. It's up close and personal. And you may also have found a lot of these lies and the lies we tell ourselves coming from family and close, the people we're close to, the people that we've inherited in our life. So right now, you've been on this sort of very big clearing journey. I would say any healing issues that you've had to fix in your physical body would have been through holding back and holding in. So like your elimination, your ability to let go of things would have been really, really stressed out because of the whole Secrecy Act playing out. And marking your territory. I think this is mine as well, because the 8th house is a place of shared resources. So other people's boundaries coming up against yours is quite painful. So yeah, right now, I would say with the North Node here as well, you feel quite right in what you've done and quite right in the stance that you've taken. And yes, you might be really feeling the pain of it, and you can become aware of the pain of it, but you're aware that you've done the right thing, and you've done the right thing for the right reasons. Now, where you're moving to over this next 4-year period, is there's this sense that there is coming this more a time of awakening, a time of bigger visions, a time of setting free, and it being okay to set free, set yourself free. It feels like, yeah, it's okay for me to step into a bigger life. It's almost like you've been making this change quite slowly and quite consistently, so that people are aware of the change that you're going through. It's not a massive shock. You know how some people just, have their very normal life, and then one day they completely change, And all of a sudden, all that, the first people to know about it are the family, the wife or the husband and the kids, and everyone's in shock because nobody knew this big secret. I don't think you've been like that. I think you've been very cautiously and determinedly, like, feeling what you're feeling, experiencing what you're feeling, and kind of going through this change. So I think between now and 2028, you're getting ready to really free yourself from it. And so any healing stuff that comes up is in the letting go. Any pain that comes up is in the letting go of all these old stories, finally, for good, and just say, you know what, I'm done. I'm really done with this now. And the time is here. The time is right. It's good. So I think you're doing it quite respectfully. So you're not creating more pain. I see there's goodness here. Now, what is going to be playing out at this time as you're moving into greater freedom is the North Node in the 6th house. So possibly what you need to work out over the next 4 years is how you support yourself as you break yourself free. Like the 6th house is very much about work. It's also about your physical health. It's also about how you live and your routines and things. So you might consider making those changes incrementally, and in quite an organized way, over, the next 4 years or so. But just start, like, if you can see that that's where you're going, start working on it now. Now, the great thing is, Virgo ascendants, yes, you want to be fit for purpose. You're very organized. And you're very caring, you do take one for the team quite well. Now, the North Node at the time of the next square is going to be in the 6th house, which is really the Virgo place, isn't it? The 6th sign of the zodiac is Virgo. The 6th house is kind of all of the Virgo ideals. So, yeah, I actually think you're programmed to make this change really, really well. So if this resonates with you, start by just perceiving where you might be in 4 years, perceiving how you might feel free, perceive how you might like to heal in an extraordinary way, in how you might want to share healing or share consciousness in a really expanded way, and kind of see and hold that vision, and then allow your mind to and life to fill in the blanks. It's almost like you've got to allow life to communicate it to you, because your tendency, I think, Virgo, is to kind of like build the structures in to support it. I don't think you need to do that. I just think you need to hold the vision, know that it's 4 years off, and know that life is going to kind of lift up and meet you halfway. I do think you're going to be walking into this quite comfortably. Now, where this is leading you eventually, the next incarnation of Chiron and the North Node is taking place in the 11th house for you in 2038. So where this is really heading is the sort of like pain and the learning that you've been on, and the subsequent expansion, the subsequent letting go of all the stories, and realizing that you are more than your stories. You don't need to hold on to them. And there's something so much more nourishing out there. All of that is leading you to being a much better visionary, somebody who is well connected, is well loved, is philanthropic, but from a really good place. Like, can you imagine the difference between philanthropists who are just doing it because they got money, and who might also have judgments about how that money is meant to be spent and blah de blah, and philanthropists that have come to it because they have expanded their heart and mind, and they've got this global vision that has come through letting stories go, working through stuff, and being really, really gentle. What I see is you are moving in such a spectacular way that you will be like the energy of philanthropy come the next Chiron North Node conjunction. And from my perspective, that means that you've got quite a big role to play in the global karma of everyone right now. because one of the parts that you're going to play is to be able to communicate a global vision that could actually work for everyone. Not necessarily one that's already been pre-prescribed for people that, we're going to be, will have nothing but be really happy about it. I'm calling bullshit on that one, by the way. But yeah, you'll be finding your way into a much more compelling global vision, which whether you do it at that level, like at the level of the WEF or just within your local community, you're realizing things for the team. You're realizing how things fit together. You're going through it all yourself. So there you go, Virgo. It's a kind of high level, whooshy, kind of big, strategic blueprint for you there to explore the Chiron and North Node conjunction. So God bless you. Lots of love to you, and catch you in another time. Bye for now. Okay, so let's have a look at Libra then, in terms of this Chiron conjunction with the North Node. Now, I'm going to be upfront with you right from word go here, Libra. So this isn't a forecast about Chiron and the North Node and how it's affecting you right now. Because to be fair, you'll get some of that from the update for February. I did quite an extensive 2024 forecast, and there's going to be a lot of stuff like that around. So I don't need to recreate that. But what I'm more interested in is the whole cycle of Chiron and the North Node, which has taken us 15 years from the last one. And the next one will come in 14 years and 8 months. So I'm really curious about how it affects us collectively, and what is our personal place, what is our personal role within that collective healing karmic journey. What I really feel about the Chiron and North Node conjunction, which I explained a lot about in part 1. So if you want to know more about that, I do urge you to have a look, because I look at it historically over the last cycle, what things were going on. What I noticed was when Chiron and the North Node are in squares to each other, we've had some massive turbulence. And so I want to start this exploration. Like this big yellow dot here is showing where Chiron and the North Node are coming into their conjunction right now in your chart. Okay. And this purple dot here is showing up where it's showing up in your chart in 2038. Now, obviously, you might not need to know that far ahead just yet, but I'm really keen to see, so like the purpose of like, why are you here? Why did you incarnate? Like, what is going on? Like a much bigger view of you right now. And so in doing so, I'm going to start the journey, not from where we are right here, but from 2020, March 2020, when we had the square, which was the last really big shift in consciousness, I would say, because obviously in March 2020 was the advent of the phenomenon of COVID, or the pandemic, whatever you want to call it. That month, everything changed globally, didn't it? Things went really quite crazy. And it was at such a strong astrological time that it's sown a really big healing story, I think, into our narrative. And so I want to see like what you were dealing with then from the square, like the North Node here and Chiron here, to where you are now, to where you're going to be at the time of the next square, which is coming up in 2028, because this is telling you a story of your development. And I believe that this story of development will come full circle here in 2038. So I really want to sort of lay it out like a blueprint. So it's not one that you want to live your whole day by, or your whole year, like, oh, I must do this on this day. But it's more of a global vision for you. Okay. So at the time of the pandemic, Chiron was fairly new in the sign of Aries for you, which is in your 7th house, which is very much about everyone in your life. Now, I've got Chiron in my 7th house of my marriage chart. So I know I know that Chiron in the 7th house can show where people in your life bring you pain. I'm not saying my husband's doing that, by the way, but we noticed when we got married, all of a sudden, everybody in our life, like around us, just seemed to be having these moments of pain, like divorce and breakdown and this, that, and the other. And hence why I said that. So you may well have found that since Chiron's been going through this part of your chart, a lot of people have been coming into your life with problems. And a lot of people have been, that are in your life, have been having massive problems, which you may have, because you're a Libra ascendant, you may have taken it on as your own problems, even though they're not. You might hopefully by now you've learned to ask, who does this belong to? Is this actually mine or yours? Which I think is really a very useful question that everyone with Libra ascendant absolutely needs to ask almost on an hourly basis. But at the time of the COVID phenomenon, other people's pains would have been really prominent in your life, more so than your own pains. Now, I'm not saying that's because you don't have pains. I'm saying because of your focus on other people, and you made other people's problems more important than your own. So you allowed other people's difficulties to take center stage in your brain. Now, the North Node at that time was in the 10th house. That would have also brought up issues in terms of how you survive, in terms of your career, in terms of your earning ability, in terms of your visibility, in terms of your trustworthiness, in terms of your reputation. So I think there was a very strong level of conflict for you, which, you know, comes up, conflict and frustration, which comes up with these squares. It felt like you were having to learn that sometimes you can't always get recognition, or you are learning that sometimes like careers aren't that straightforward. Like North Node going through your 10th house, it can be very, very useful if you've been building up lots of trust. It's almost like a time when, you know, everything comes into fruition beautifully. But if you've got a load of other things behind the scenes that are unattended to, then you may well find that the things that you have to work on become so public that you have to kind of step back from public life. Or take a bow out gracefully before it all blows up. So the North Node going through the 10th house is not necessarily a time of smooth sailing. Reputationally, I think there would have been fears. Maybe something from the past that you were afraid of coming out into the public domain. You know, there would have been lots of things that would have created a sort of fear response in terms of, you know, Chiron in your 7th. So other people have healing issues, other people are having issues, big issues, other people are in pain. And there's something about me publicly or leading my life, in my career, my profession, in how I get recognized, that is also playing into the pain of the people in my life. So I don't know how that played out for you, but it's like this deep frustration that you can't be yourself, because when you're being yourself, you're creating more fear for other people, or more pain for other people. Well, that's how it's perceived. You might also have found that the Chiron people in the 7th, you know, the people in your life could have been gaslighting you massively, saying, well, if you do this, you're causing me this pain, stopping you from really being free to be yourself and to fully get recognized for who you are. You know, so it's all sorts of restrictions that would have been going on in your life. And of course, Libra is, you know, it's ruled by Venus. It's about flow and reciprocity. It's not about things getting stuck in these binds of expectations. That's really not what you're about. So I see that this has been a very difficult time. And because of your caring nature and your desire to be in partnership with people and to help people, you could easily have taken this on as your own problem. So I think that's what the big learning has been about, really, is that, you know, if someone's coming to you with a problem, yes, you might have something to do with it, but how they react to that problem is their business. It's not yours, and you don't have to take it on. You really don't. Even if they're your husband or wife, or especially if they're your husband and wife, you know, like they need to take responsibility for their things. And, you know, no matter how much you've wanted to care for them through it, You can't escape that reality. Now, where you are right now, I think, is that you're actually in your own space now. You realize that, yes, people have their own problems and that they are their own problems, and that when you have problems, you deal with it yourself. And yes, you can use other people to talk with, but essentially you deal with it yourself. So I think what you've learned over the last 4 years is a crash course in assertiveness, a crash course in absolutely helping people take responsibility for themselves by you doing it yourself. I think it's probably been quite a lonely time for you, by the way. I don't think it's been easy, because this is like your kryptonite is partners. So not being able to feel supported by your partners would have felt like the worst pain ever. So yeah, fair play to you that you're still standing, like, you know, those wobbly dolls that you can knock and they fall over and they come bouncing back. you've been knocked over quite a few times, but you're back, you're poised, you're doing it for yourself. Now, where do I see this changing between now and 2028? Well, this is really great, because actually, in terms of this square between Chiron in the 8th house and the North Node in the 5th, like the North Node in the 5th, I think is your desire to feel pleasure, your desire to start over, your desire to have new starts, your desire for this new break, this desire to be really creative, which obviously is I think a Libran birthright. You know, you need to feel creative. You need to feel like you can birth these beautiful ideas. So the North Node in the 5th, that you know, will be here by 2028, by the time of this next square. That's giving you this sense of creativity, just as Chiron is going into the 8th. Now, Chiron going into the 8th, it's not necessarily easy either, I have to say. Chiron 7th and 8th are they can be a bit gruesome. They can feel a little bit like, oh God, not more of this stuff. But the 8th house isn't just about problems. It's about I think the 8th house and how we handle it is definitely a choice, and it's an attitude. So the 8th house is about birth, life, death, and all of the cycles in between. And in that comes judgments like blame, shame, guilt, and anger for people not doing what you're expecting them to do when you want it, blah, 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 you know, or when they want it. So there's a load of judgment in the 8th. And there's sometimes fear. If you think of it, it's the 8th sign, which is very scorpionic. It's ruled by Pluto and Mars, so you know it can be quite fearful. It's not necessarily a house you're comfortable with or an energy that you're comfortable with, but it's a place of deep psychology, and it's also a place of like dying to your ego and being reborn. You know, the 8th house is a place of recycling, and so I think as Chiron comes out the 7th, and you've fully learned the lesson here that actually life is to be experienced, and yes, you can support people, but you don't have to take on their rubbish. And similarly, you can get support, but you deal with it yourself. And we come into this world on our own. Okay, you know, usually there's a mum involved and a dad, but you do come into this world on your own, and we all have our own lives. We all have our own bodies. You know, we are meant to be doing things on our own, but we can do it in conjunction. But the important thing is, how can you do that whilst being free? How can you do that without judgment? How can you do that without tying somebody in to a load of rules and regulations and stipulations and this, that, and the other? So I think where you're going actually is into a deeply creative place. You know, the 8th house, you've got a chance to transform beautifully, to kind of almost let everything go from all this 7th house trauma. You've got this opportunity to embrace a whole new start and to move into a whole new way of being. Like you could end up working as some kind of coach, or I don't know. I mean, it's endless. Like there's so many different possibilities, but I see you putting the energies and the learning that you've made in this last time with, you know, Chiron going through this area. I see you in the next 4 years going from where you are right now to using this energy of healing in a way that is transforming your life in an unforeseen and magical way, in a way that takes you out of the conversation of ought to, should do, must do, all those horrible expecting words and energies, to a place where you feel completely free. And one of the reasons why you're feeling free or need the freedom of it is because the North Node at that time is going to be going through your 5th, and soon to be entering your 4th. So you'd have been sort of what's the word? You'd have been preconditioned for creativity and to explore your creativity. So I actually think the next phase between now and 4 years' time is to expand creatively and beautifully in unknown ways, in possibly shocking ways to people that know you very well. But you're finding your freedom. You're going into a whole new phase of life. You might even say that the phase of life that you're going into is almost like a whole new you, like there's an epoch, there's I feel like, obviously all of my life has been my life. I take ownership of it. But I realized for a long time, I felt like my life really started when I met my husband, but I was 35 then. That's a bit crazy, isn't it? Saying that your life almost didn't exist before then. But I really see for you, Libra and Ascendants, that the phase you're going through from now and 4 years' time, it's almost going to be like the what happened before just almost doesn't feel like it's the real you. That's the kind of transformation I'm seeing for you. So it's big. And then where does this lead you? Well, by the time the next Chiron North Node conjunction comes along in 2038, the healing that is needed is calling you into some form of leadership. It's calling you into leading freely and leading fully and standing up in the shape that you're in. It's calling you into eldership. It's calling you into authority, to be an authority for yourself and for the rest of humanity. And I guess how that's happening is coming from a place of deep honesty. It's also coming from a place of a well explored psychology, and a well-respected reciprocity with people. So I suspect that what you'll be really called into action to do is teach people about respecting each other, which is obviously a Libra and Ascendant theme. But I don't think anyone here right now can really do it in the way that you'll be able to do it in 14 years' time. Like we're being told, like currently, like if you listen to the media and government directives and this, that, and the other, and cancel culture, we're being told how to address people according to how they identify themselves, how they live their lives, etc., etc. And we've been told that is paying respect and acknowledging people in the way. Where that is to where you'll be in 14 years' time is a million miles away. Like how we say that's paying respect and being respectful to everybody is just so divorced from what you'll be discovering about the world and life and people. You'll be really able to show people the way of reciprocity, kindness, compassion, diplomacy, and respect. And I honor you for choosing that in life. So there you go, Libra. I hope that's been helpful to you. Lots of love. Hey there, Scorpio Ascendant. So it's that time again where I talk more about your transformation because, boy, this is a big year for you. But do you know what? This isn't a usual forecast. This isn't me saying, oh, in the next 6 months to a year, this is what's happening. This is more of a global blueprint for your design for the next 14 years or so. Now, if you've watched part of or all of part one, I talk about Chiron Chiron's energies and the North Node and what they represent when they come together. I've also looked at the life cycle of Chiron and North Node, what these little nexus points, these conjunctions represent, how turbulent the squares have been between Chiron and the North Node. And what I want to do in this forecast is give you a sense of what you're healing to reveal who you are. Like the North Node is always showing you more of who you are and what you're about and what your role is here for humanity. It's very much about purpose, very much about the greater meaning of things. And Chiron is really showing us our hurts and our wounds and what we've got to transcend. Now, Chiron in your birth chart, like the position it's in at the time, place and date of your birth, really shows you the physical wounding and the emotional wounding of what's been going on for you and what you've got to deal with. But where Chiron is right now, which for you, with Scorpio Ascendant, is going through your 6th house, it's showing you what life has also given you to deal with. Like what wounds are you taking on for the collective? What collective wounds are impacting you right now that's causing a problem for you? And so, yeah, this is a bigger picture about how you're healing through what life is giving you and what the purpose of that is and how to make sense of it. Effectively, I want to show you that this is kind of like a blueprint of your direction, a blueprint of how you might evolve at a higher level. I mean, obviously, you know, this is taking us from 2020, which was at the time of the last Chiron square North Node, which just so happened to coincide with the start of the COVID narrative and phenomenon. And I think that's one of the last times we had this like real sort of like global healing issue. Like it's a massive minefield of new projections and things and new emotional difficulties. You know, for most people, we're still making sense of what happened 4 years ago, right? So yeah, I want to take you from where you are right now by seeing where you were at the time of COVID and how you've coped with that, to where you are now, to where you're going from now to the next square between Chiron and the North Node, which is taking place in 2028. So that's 4 years from now, but it's giving you more of a healing, karmic journey. And, you know, like putting these three together, it kind of tells a story. And it's also telling a story of where you're going for the next Chiron North Node journey, which we're all on. You know, everyone that's alive here now and alive here in 14 years' time is going to be experiencing the Chiron conjunct North Node energy. So I'm just piecing these together to kind of get some flow. So let's get cracking and see what this means to you, because obviously, you know, this is a big time for you. Your ruling planet, Pluto, or one of your ruling planets, the other one's Mars, but Pluto's just changed signs. It's going to change signs again another 2 times. Like it's going back into Capricorn later on this year, and then it's going back into Aquarius finally, and it will stay there for another 20 years. So that is that's evident. You know, we know that level of change is going on, and that we are all feeling the shift of that. This is a really big time for us. We've just had the Cazimi, and it's a powerful time. We've also had Mars Cazimi, which only happens every 2 years and a month. And that happened in November. So we've got these, you know, our 2 ruling planets have had Cazimis just a couple of months aside from each other. This is just big stuff, really, for the Scorpio Ascendant. So where do we start? So let's start at the pandemic. Around the time of the pandemic, the story of health, the story of censorship, the story of global initiatives, the story of mass dying and all this stuff happened when Chiron was early on in the story in the sign of Aries. Now, I did talk about this in quite a lot of depth in terms of what this all meant in part 1. But it's interesting because Chiron in Aries is about being able to articulate our pain and talk about it. So of course, the pandemic had to happen when Chiron was in Aries, because that's when everyone would be talking about health and healing, and then talking about being offended, and talking about being hurt, and talking about being gaslit, and this, that, and the other. So, this is our time where all of the healing issues are coming onto the table. Make no mistake about that. But at the time of the pandemic, Chiron was in your 6th house, which is about health and healing. It's also about how you organize your work, how you live your life. And so pain, which is the theme of Chiron, and physical healing, which is a very big thing for the 6th house, like we're just put on the table. To me, it felt like there was pain in living your life in the way that you wanted to live it, which is very much a 6th house thing. Now, the North Node was going through your 9th house, which is interesting because the 9th house is the house about expansion of philosophy, spirituality, politics, law, all of those higher context subjects. Also talking about publishing, also media, also writing, all of those things. So the North Node going through this house, the 9th house was awakening your mind, like leading up to the COVID scenario. Your mind was already wide awake, looking at new scenarios, looking at new spirituality, new different levels, depths, etc. It was already primed to look outside of its box. It was already primed to look for the greater meaning behind things and not to take things at face value. And to be fair, Scorpios don't like being told what to do unless they, honor and respect the authority telling them. Scorpio, like the Scorpio Ascendant, and I'm one of them. I'm one of you. And we don't like being told what to do, thank you very much, or what to believe or what to think. And we're also very mindful of secrets. Secrets are our currency. We love to know what's hidden in the detail. So big things going on. So at the time of the pandemic, we were already looking deeper at things, longer at things, harder at things, looking under, looking in different places for our news, and researching different things. We were already primed to think differently and had been exploring that, and at some cost to us, because the North Node is showing us where we're pained in doing so, where pain comes up from the activities we're doing and what we need to learn about that. So possibly one of the things we were learning is that we can't trust everything we read, even if we're reading them, whether we're reading it in the mainstream or in the alternative news sphere. You still can't trust, what your eyes, you have to absolutely use discernment. And I would say that's probably one of the biggest learnings for the North Node going through the 9th house is, how can you expand, and also expand and know that it's the correct way? Or, there would have been this imperative for us to expand and understand the pains of expansion. So the pain is a big one, because during that time, our minds would have expanded and would have certain ideas and certain thoughts. And the truth is a real 9th house concept, like the sign of Sagittarius, which is the associated with the 9th house, is about truth, like really, really wants to know the truth about things. And so any hint that there wasn't any truth being told would have been awful. Now, if we consider that Chiron here is causing us pain, so pain is coming to us in our everyday lives, but in our reality, our expanded reality, we can already sense what's true, what's not true. And having to maintain something as true, even if we don't believe it, is causing us stress. Now, for those of you that had family and friends around you who were maybe not listening to your truth, not believing your truth, telling you were wrong, you're crazy, you're batshit crazy, that would have caused a whole heap of pain. I think during this time, it might possibly have been easier for the solo Scorpio ascendants, because at least they could hold their truth. But then if they were single, they wouldn't have had the pushback, but they might not have got some of the benefits of having the pushback. Like sometimes it's also helpful to have a bit of pushback, because the pushback keeps us in the realms of reality, which is the discernment that I was talking about. So the North Node going through the 9th, yes, we're in this exploratory phase. and yet we are receiving pushback, which could absolutely injure us in terms of what we know to be true, and the fact that we can't live by it. But also, we could have actually got some benefit from that pushback, because we might have said, oh, actually, yeah, when I play it out with you like that. It's almost like if we get judgment-free pushback and we're able to discuss it, we can probably find our own discernment. So an interesting path. So the 6th house, the whole idea of health taking over the way we live, constraints taking over the way we organize our life, which is all 6th house, would have been anathema. It would have been awful. So yeah, this big square would have caused quite a lot of tensions. But as tensions go, we were very lucky that it was just across the 6th and the 9th houses. Some other ascendant signs had much more challenging initial squares. Okay. So, if you're lucky, you're able to continue to live your life in a faraway place and avoid it. Like, if you were very lucky, you'd have created your alternate reality before it all took place. Anyway, I digress. So right now you're here. Chiron is here in your charts. You've had chance to understand that your life as you know it has changed. So there's pain associated with what physical health is, how you live your life, how you manage your money, etc. Because like the 6th house is a catch-all for so many different things. It really like captures so many aspects of your daily routine. And that's the thing, like to the level that your routine was disturbed by the pandemic and by the subsequent changes in how the scene was set, will have created issues for you in your 6th house. Now you've kind of come to terms with what's been going on. And there's possibly a sense of maturity, like you feel, okay, well, we are a global species. And yes, there are loads of people that are going to say one thing. There are some that are going to say another thing. And I need to find my space. And, it might cost me more if I live differently. And yet I might then not have the cost of living a lie, which is, for someone with a Scorpio rising, it's really important that you don't live a lie. So yeah, big stuff there, but mainly about where you're living and how you're living and those changes. So you may well have found that you've changed the way you've worked to kind of protect you from having those changes occur again, So for instance, if you don't want to, like for so many people, their jobs required them to go down a particular route. Their families required them, their governments, or, for people that wanted to travel or this, that, and the other, they would have had to abide by what was considered the right thing to do, which is terrible for someone with Scorpio ascendant, unless you believe the authority. And of course, Scorpio ascendant people tend to distrust most levels of authority. I guess for a lot of us, what we've been doing is creating a life whereby we don't have to check in so much with authority, that we can live a life in a particular way so that we're less affected by authorities' dictates that we may or may not agree with. It's fair enough that we can opt in, but we've kind of most likely have designed for ourselves an opt-out clause. Now, where you're going to, where Chiron is taking you to, by 2028, it's crossing into your 7th house. So what's important here is to recognize that, yes, you can create your world in such a way that authority can't reach you, or rules and regulations can't reach you, or you can create your life in such a way that you are free from the kind of nuts and bolts and the sort of like gravity of life, all the forces that are, trying to get you to bank, to use healthcare, to do this, that, and the other. However, people are a bit of a planetary epidemic. I mean, people really are the epidemic on the planet, and we cannot avoid people. We cannot avoid partners necessarily, unless we want to be a loner. And so this is where like the next change for us is coming, I think. And that is that as Chiron is transitioning into our 7th house, we become more aware of the problems of the people in our lives. So for instance, if we've got children that are growing up, you may well find at this time, in 4 years' time, that you're taking on your children's problems or your partner's problems, your husband, your wife's problems. You may be finding that the people who are weighing heavily on your life are your parents. You know, it's like all of your loved ones and your friends. So having Chiron go through the 7th is an indication that the people in your life are possibly troubled, having difficulty, feeling hurt. And if you're owning this, you may well experience hurt by the people in your life. So, yeah, you may well feel like, oh God, everyone here is hurting me. So what I would suggest in this 4-year period between now and the next big square is to learn some resilience in terms of how to recognize if someone's putting something on you, how to recognize if something is your problem. Do it now, like learn it now, get really well versed with it now, and get the right kinds of people around you. Get people around you that take responsibility for their life. If you have got children that are growing up, if you do have a partner that you want to stay with and you want to love, you know, help, like start having conversations now about, I don't want to say boundaries, because boundaries is, you know, yes, it's essential, but it also becomes a blockage to moving beyond problems. But, you know, with this Chiron moving from here into your 7th, the challenge is to not take other people's problems seriously. Yeah, it's to recognize that they have a problem, but not to take it on as your own. And also to recognize if you've got problems with other people, they're your problems for you to resolve. So this is about emotional resilience. So, you know, in the last 4 years, what you've been learning has been a sort of physical resilience, you know, get your life right, so that you can live your life in a different way. And of course, as soon as you've got that sorted, you want to start paying attention to getting your life right, so you're dealing with your own emotions. Now, I imagine that if you've already done that, you're probably already moving on to the next stage anyway, because these things tend to naturally occur. They naturally fold out like a set of instructions. If you're making a recipe and you've already done something, the next thing is the next thing, you know. Anyway, when this next square comes up, what's interesting is the North Node is going through your 4th house. Now, the 4th house is where we belong. It's our family. You know, it's the people we live with. It's also our home and how we live in the home. Now, it's also where Pluto is right now. So whatever issues are going on for you right now in terms of belonging and ownership and family, you want to get those right now, because if they're not right now and you don't properly deal with them whilst Pluto is dancing over this spot, you can bet your bottom dollar that you're going to be called back to this place in 4 years' time, as the North Node and Chiron are making quite an uncomfortable square between, you know, your 4th house and your 7th house, which are angular houses. They are quite painful houses. You don't want to kind of mess around in this area. So my advice to you, which I'm hoping to take myself, is to learn what you need to learn right now in terms of your home and what you need to belong. Because you might find that the people that you're living with have very different goals to you. You might find the people that you're living with want to live in a different way to you. You might not always have the same level of agreement between people. You might realize, especially seeing as, you know, your 4th house coding is really set with the sign of Aquarius. Now, that really does show that you live with different people, you live in a different way. What it takes to feel like a sense of belonging is very, very different to how other people need to belong. So get really clear about what you need to belong. Get really clear about what you need to feel that sense of I'm here and I belong here and I'm stable. It's like if you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what I would say is you are at the base level. I'm there with you. We are at the base level over these next 4 years. Even if we've gone up the hierarchy of needs and gone right up here at the time of the pandemic where we were looking for spiritual enlightenment and stuff. Actually, really what we want to do right now, from right now leading us to the big square in 2028. And right now, because Pluto's here as well, is we're being transformed in the way we think about our home and the way we think about belonging. So get it done now. Really pay attention to it now, you know, so that you feel safe wherever you are, and that you feel comfortable and you know what's yours, etc. And B, when other people start putting things on you, that you have a sense of security, and that someone else's changing moods and possible depression, like anything going through your seventh house, is less reliable. Okay. Unless it's Venus and Jupiter, like, you know, they're quite helpful. But like, for instance, right now, if you've got Scorpio Ascendant, you've got Taurus going through your seventh house, and chances are the people in your life haven't actually been that reliable for a long time. They've been very exciting, they've been very fun, and that's all great, but you need more than just fun people, and you might need more than just fun people playing at life that might not necessarily respect the same things that you respect. So you like, what's really coming up is the need to have these conversations to work out what's yours, what's theirs, etc., etc. Now, you have been primed for this. Like, you know, Saturn has already gone through here, which would have brought up some of the belonging issues, you know, from 2020, from December 2020. I think it was on my birthday it changed, like right before the winter solstice. Saturn went into this area of 2020. So like the whole idea of where you're living and your security would have come up then. Now Uranus has been going through here the whole time, like showing that people aren't necessarily to be taken at face value. You need to, you know, if you're taking everyone at face value, you're maybe missing a trick. You need a bit more discernment, which is actually one of the, you know, calling cards of Scorpio ascendants. They do have quite a lot of, you know, discernment. So get it right. Make sure you've got your security right, so that if people mess you around, you've got the resources to look after yourself. Okay. Because you might need to take a step back, and that is okay. You know, sometimes on our journey, not everyone is there for the future. You know, that it doesn't always work out like that. But yeah, it's to prepare you, so that you have the choices. Now, I'm not necessarily saying you need to prenup everything, or unless you really do, but you know, I think if you can take responsibility for your security and not put it on other people, that would be really, really helpful. Now, where is this leading you to? Well, actually, what I see is it's actually leading you to a greater sense of freedom. So at the start here, I was talking about how at the start of COVID, you know, yes, we're having our lives changed, but we'd already been expanding our minds and expanding our view of the world and thinking about escape and thinking about all these other things, like what is true, what is right, what is good. We'd already been exploring that, but we were exploring that without the full context of what could go wrong or what we needed to learn. In the meantime, from 2020, really until 2038, we're getting a lot of experience to fill in the gaps along the way. It's like we've gone up the hierarchy of needs, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, too fast. And actually, we need to backfill. And so this is where I would go for you guys with Scorpio Ascendant, myself included. Get your security right now, so that, you know, as we are on this journey, on our way back to feeling more alive, more awake, more aligned to a spiritual calling, you know, what is the global reason for us? I mean, you know, all the other star signs I've looked at so far, or the rising signs I've looked at so far, they've all had a very sort of distinct gift that this whole Chiron North Node conjunction cycle was bringing. You know, so I could clearly see that, you know, some people were here to stand into leadership. Some people were here to stand into a global vision. Some people were here to stand into deeper trust in our intuition. And, you know, we've all got these gifts that we're all bringing to humanity and kind of vibrating out with. Well, you know, ours might not seem that important, but we are here to lead the way to true freedom. We are here to lead the way to a true sense of spiritual release, a true sense of an open-minded way of seeing things. And really what's going on here at the time of this next conjunction is we've learned that if you rush to have an enlightenment or an awakening before you've really learnt to be material or learnt to be worldly, like if you've skipped to the finish and you've just gone, oh, look at me, I've gone and lived in an ashram and I've lived in Bali and I've done a yoga retreat, not trying to characterize, I've done some of these things myself. You know, if we're trying to rush to the finish line and say, look at me, I've got this attainment, actually what this journey is teaching us is no, we need to have the backfill. We need to do the worldly things too. We absolutely need it. And we need it so that we can help other people find their peace too. So what is going on for us is this well-attained peace. So I hope that's helpful. This sense of freedom, a sense of expansion, and a sense of a true awakening rather than one that we've decided we were going to have. So I hope that's helpful. So on to Sagittarius then. Now, just to be clear, Saggy, Saggy rising sign, Sagittarius ascendant. This isn't a forecast that's going to take you like 6 months to a year. This is, I'm trying to give a high level understanding of the Chiron North Node cycle. And so if you've taken the time to watch part 1, you'll have seen I've laid out what Chiron represents, what North Node represents, what they represent when they come together, a look at the cycles and the different pieces of the cycle. So, for instance, one of the things I observed in my investigations was that the Chiron North Node squares were really quite jumpy. You know, they had a lot of things happening within them that were really quite troubling. There was a lot of frustration there, not much peace. They were really quite confrontational times. And so, you know, I'm mindful that this is a blueprint to help you see where you're going in terms of the vision that you're born for. Because I think we've got our personal blueprint for sure. You know, our birth chart serves as that, and where Chiron is in our birth chart shows how we deal with health and our wounding and where we might feel wounded by. And similarly, the North Node in our birth chart shows us the kind of karmic journey we're going in, and how we might do that. And I also noticed that where Chiron is transiting, like where is it moving, is showing us the healing that we're undertaking because of what life is throwing at us. So it's not necessarily what we were born with, but it's what life is giving us. And the North Node in its current position is showing us the challenges that we are having to find who we are. It's showing us the challenges that are revealing themselves to us on our karmic journey. Now, Chiron and the North Node, when they come together, they are creating a really big sense of a global healing event. There's a possibility that we can heal so much that we are like clearing the decks. Like once we heal to something, we get to see things as they really are, not the distorted version because of our unhealed perception. You know, we get to see things as they really, really are. And the North Node kind of clears the way and shows us our direction. Now, of course, when we're in a state of upset and illness and dis-ease in our soul or our spirit or our emotions or whatever you want to call it, when we're in a dis-ease, we can't begin to think about our purpose. You know, our purpose flies out the window. So, you know, right now we're in this time of a global clearing so we can start to see the purpose that might arise for us. And so what I'm looking on a rising sign or ascendant by ascendant basis is how is your purpose meeting with the global purpose? Like in this next cycle between Chiron and the North Node, which takes another 14 years and 8 months from like right now until the next one in 2038, What journey has it put you on? And how are you showing up in the world, and how is it revealing to you part of your divine plan? Not just the plan for you, but the plan where you meet the world and you're interacting and you're kind of working together. So that's my idea for this forecast. It's not really about you specifically, but it's about the expanded you, the healed you. And with all good stories, it usually starts with a bit of trauma. Hence why I'm starting it here in March of 2020. So here, this big yellow dot represents where we are right now, where the Chiron North Node are in a conjunction. And then the red dot here, or the red dots, show the square between Chiron and the North Node that happened in March of 2020, which is exactly the month that the global pandemic response was launched across the world. So where this shows up in your chart is really showing how the pandemic showed up in your chart, how it interacted with you, how the things that you needed to heal from it, what you were having to learn from it, and then where you are now because of it. And then the next square coming up is in 2028. So it's like, where were we before? Where are we going? And like, I'm showing you the markers on this journey. Okay. And bear with me, because I think if you listen to this all the way through, you'll at the end go, okay, I see it now. Okay. But it's quite a big vision that I'm trying to share with you. So where we're going in 2028, Chiron will have just changed signs and the North Node is down here. So it's quite a big picture. And then in 2038, the next Chiron and North Node conjunction is here in the sign of Cancer. So what does that mean in your chart? So here goes. I just wanted to give you a bit of context there, before diving right in and you going, what the hell is she on about? So the story started at the time of the pandemic. So Chiron was in your fifth house, still is in your fifth house. And it was new in your fifth house. And, as Chiron through the houses goes, in the fifth house, it's not quite so bad. But the pain here is in terms of your creations. Like, are you free to create what you want to create? Are you free to be a divine creator? Are you free to be a parent? Are you free to raise children? Are your children healthy? Because everything in the fifth house is a big worry. Wherever Chiron is at this time, at the time of the pandemic, is a huge worry. So the fifth house, we've got like our children that we worry about, our children that we don't yet have that we want, that we might not be able to have. So there might be pain there. The pets, the pastimes, the passions. So for instance, like if you had, if your life was really about your hobbies and things, and all of a sudden you couldn't see them or do them because of restrictions, that would have caused a lot of pain and caused a massive dis-ease in you. It's also about new relationships. Like the fifth house is all about new passions, all the things we're birthing. So sex, lovemaking, new relationships. You may well have found that new relationships suffered around that time, or difficult around that time, or it's difficult to meet people if you're single, or a whole heap of things. And you'll know what this relates to, I'm quite sure of it. But essentially, it's a place of your creativity. Like, where is your creative energy? What are you birthing right now? And are you free to birth it or not? And what's the pain of not being free to birth what you're really wanting to set free into this world? There's this pain associated where we can't be free to live in accordance to who we are. And of course, anyone with a Sagittarian ascendant has freedom and truth and expansion and adventure really written into their birth chart, because this ascendant needs to wander and wander even more. Now, at the same time, the North Node was in the sign of Cancer, which would have been associated with your 8th house, using whole sign astrology. So what's going on here really is the tension between wanting to create and wanting to find passion in life and enjoy life, and not being able to have passion in your life because of what's just been launched. and possibly looking at the meaning of it because of it. And the North Node in the 8th is particularly difficult. The North Node in the 8th is that you're learning about expectations. You're learning about birth, life, and death. Death is a really big theme in the 8th, as is fear, as is imprisonment, as in confinement, as in secrets, as in so many different things that the Sagittarian energy is really quite abhorrent of. So the 8th house represents a lot of things that Sagittarian, the standard Sagittarian, would fear, including the judgments of other people in your life. Like the 8th house is the expectations and the value systems that your partners and family put on you. So blame, shame, guilt, anger, regret, bitterness, all of those things really do exist in the 8th house as psychological markers of things you might want to let go of. So the North Node, which is showing our karmic direction at that time, would have brought up a lot of stuff to do with everyone else's values impinging on your life. Now, if people you knew around you were dying, if you were unlucky enough to have lost people, then things like shared value systems like inheritance and tax and stocks and shares and all sorts of joint monies is captured by the 8th. And so you may well have been embroiled in one of these difficult situations, trying to work out what's mine and what's yours and who owns this and who owns that. So the 8th house is a really, really difficult sign and place, and the North Node going through it would have been quite testing. Best outcome, I think, would have been that people put heavy expectations on you to behave in a certain way and judged you poorly if you didn't, which would have created just the perfect level of frustration here, where you're wanting to be yourself, wanting to create, wanting to live freely, start new things, live with passion. And so, I really think at the time of the launch of the pandemic, there was just this feeling of, where is the joy in life? And how do I get it back? Now, 4 years later, with this conjunction between Chiron and the North Node in the 5th house, you're in this place of, okay, well, I can create now. And actually, it feels like I'm being tasked with creation. So whatever you were having to figure out back then has now kind of released itself. You're now actually free to create. You're learning a lot about creating, whether it's like these new relationships or new starts with children and pets and new, like all of the things that you are lovingly bringing into this world. You've now got the responsibility of watching them and managing them. The North Node brings up some problems and challenges with the things that we create. So, you are free now to create, and you now have the consequences of your creations, put it that way. And so how does this move on to the next position of Chiron for you in 2028? Well, it's almost like your creations are taking on a life of their own. And between now and 2028, you might want to think about how your creations can become more part of your permanent life. So, for instance, if your creations are your children, obviously they are part of your permanent life. And it might be that you're having to work more extensively with your children to ensure that their launch into adult life or into a good daily routine, you have to lead by example. So it may just be that you're having to lead your creations in a orderly fashion, which for someone with a Sagittarius rising is a bit of a challenge, but not impossible. If it's about relationships, you might want to think, okay, well, I'm enjoying these relationships. They feel free and spontaneous and beautiful. And yet I do see that over the next 4 years, this is going to become a little bit more standard. How do I keep the magic alive as it gets integrated into my life? Whatever is going on for you, Saggies, is this feeling of what is bringing you passion and purpose, how you can integrate it into your life so that it is stable, so it's got foundations and that it's fit for purpose, that it's there to stay, that it's not transient, put it that way. And at the same time, the North Node is calling you more into the community. And so you might also consider, okay, so if these things are becoming part of my day-to-day existence, how can I also include them within my local community? Is it possible for me to be busy in my community? Is it possible for me to be busy and social whilst having this in my day-to-day reality? So again, when I'm talking about these tensions, you know, in terms of other signs have got these squares much harder than people with Sagittarian ascendant. So, you know, as we go into the next Chiron North Node square, your challenge really is to how to integrate the joy of living, how to integrate all those things that bring you joy into your day-to-day experience so that they don't become difficult for you when you're in your community. So for instance, like if you've got a relationship and you're integrating it, you want to make sure that your relationship still allows you the space to get into your community, that the person you're with allows you to be fully functioning within your community, or that, you know, if you've got children, how can you help them be part of the community whilst also keeping them safe, and so on and so forth. This isn't the most drastic square going. Anyway, where is this heading? So like the pain factor of Chiron, which is going through your place of creativity, then moving into a place of integration. Another aspect of this actually is also health, because the 6th house Chiron really does say, is your life fit for purpose? Is your life making you ill? Is your narrative, is the speed and pace that you're living your life with, is it creating illness, or is it enlivening you? Is it helping you, or is it making you quite poorly? So that's another aspect of looking at it. So yes, you've created all these great things. Do you have the energy level to sustain the things that you've created? Or do you need extra support? You know, so that's also worth bearing in mind. Now, where is this all heading? Well, at the start, I was talking about one of the biggest contrasts at the time of COVID was the judgments from family and friends, and also the shared resources, the idea of who does this belong to? Is this mine? Is this yours? The nitty gritty between people, the separation of assets, the fear of dying, like the fears and the insecurities about moving from one set of life problems to another, like the transition between one part of life and another, which granted with the Sagittarian ascendant isn't normally a big deal. You know, Sagittarian ascendants tend to flow through life quite beautifully, you know, like they are really quite comfortable to make changes. So this whole Chiron North Node conjunction is moving you from its current cycle into the one in Cancer, which is showing you how to live, I think, fearlessly through change, how to integrate what you're passionate about in life in such a way that it can come with you, how to make your life work while it's being passionate, how to make your life work and go to the next level without losing the passion. So as I see it, the lesson that you're on and the lesson that you're providing humanity guidance on, just through being yourselves, is in being creative and being able to carry it into all different walks of life, so that you don't only create, you don't only live with passion when you're single, or you don't only live with passion when you're exploring in the Andes, but maybe that you are able to keep passion and magic alive in all circumstances. Maybe that's where the gift is. But to me, it feels like you are the key to the healing that's being presented for you right now is translating the magic and the passion and the enjoyment and the creativity that is arising within you and bringing it into the everyday so that it can reach all different people, all different walks of life, so that everyone can enjoy creating themselves. I don't know if that's helpful, but that's a much bigger vision of one of the reasons that you might be here at this time in life. And if you think about the internal programming on your own birth chart and the sort of individual goals, you know, you may well be looking at those goals, but then thinking, okay, and there's the added purpose that I need to bring magic at every change in life. How can I do that? So if you can combine the two, I think that will really be helpful. But anyway, I hope that's of help to you, Saggy. Lots and lots of love to you. Bye for now. Hey, Capricorn, Capricorn Ascendant. Yeah, these are big times for you. Let's not beat around the bush. Anyway, this whole section is not so much a forecast for like 6 months to a year, but more an exploration of the karmic blueprint that you're on. In particular, in terms of the healing opportunities that are coming to you from the outside world, what they mean, and how that's conditioning you to change right now. I'm doing this through the vehicle of the Chiron North Node conjunction that's taking place at 16 degrees Aries in between February and March. Now, in part 1, I explored what Chiron conjunct the North Node might represent, how it might express itself, how it has expressed itself in the past. In particular, its conjunction, its squares, its opposition. No, it's not a regular cycle, because Chiron has an elliptical orbit that flits in between Uranus and Saturn. So, you know, it's it's either like closer to the outer planets or closer to the sort of like mid planets. It's got an interesting elliptical shape, which means there's no real rhyme or reason to the conjunction between Chiron and the North Node. It just arises between 11 to 15 years. So there's quite a difference. Anyway, one of the things I noticed in my explorations earlier was that the square between Chiron and the North Node were particularly spiky. They had a really strong energy, and they created a lot of upheaval for a lot of people. In particular, the last square occurred in March of 2020, which of course is the time when the global pandemic was announced, and massive changes came in, and of course created a massive healing condition for humanity, be it whether it was physical or emotional, spiritual. It's safe to say most of us went through a massive healing journey that a lot of us are still on. So what I plan to do is to explore what the pandemic had, what it taught you to bring you to where you are right now, what the next step on this Chiron conjunct North Node journey is that's going to take us to here eventually in 2038. But the next step is the next square, which happens in 4 years' time, so that you get a feel from where you were, where you are, and where you're heading. And then the sort of like longer term purpose for it. Like, what is your gift as all this plays out? What is the gift that you're bringing to humanity? What does humanity need you, Capricorn Ascendants, to do, to provide in life, to somehow gift the global community? So that's where I'm going with this. Why is this like global and communal and not personal? Well, the way I see it is wherever Chiron is in your birth chart shows where you're doing healing, active healing, with the wounds and physical wounds that you're born with. Whereas where it is transiting, i.e., if you've got Capricorn Ascendant, with an equal house system, Chiron would be here in the 4th house right now. Chances are it is in the 4th house. That will be bringing a particular healing energy dynamic to your life. Now, Chiron and the North Node together, it's like showing the healing needs of everyone, and then the North Node is the destiny, the direction, the karma, the who knows what. But it's like the purpose, the role, the real truth of what we're doing here. If we were to take all these masks off, what the hell are we here for? So yeah, this is really to show a much more elevated look at, the rhymes and reasons behind you. So this isn't to sort of explain away what you're going to do next month and month after that. I've got my monthly forecast for that, my yearly forecast for that. This is a much higher level strategic view at the gift you're giving the world. So we start off then. The pandemic occurred in quite a visceral way for you, because I shouldn't giggle, but Chiron's in your 4th house at the time of its announcement, and the North Node's in your 7th house. So it would have rocked your home quite considerably. It would have meant a lot of changes going on for you at home in terms of how you live, how you react, who comes into your home, etc., and how the people that live there are interacting. So pain is likely to come from your family and from your living circumstances. The 4th is about your home, for sure. It also represents childhood. So it may well have brought up some insecurities about your childhood, like maybe things that banished you, imprisoned you, locked you down, any old pain that you might have had about needing to be home all the time, or illness at home, where one of your parents or caregivers or family members had a serious illness. A lot of that stuff would have been brought back into the conscious mind. So pretty tricky. And then the North Node in the sign of Cancer would have been going through your 7th house, really showing you that there's a lot of challenges around your partners, a lot of things to learn about keeping partnerships flowing, keeping everything beautiful between you. During these times, our relationships do actually get quite onerous and quite, it's like we have a lot of responsibility with our relationships, and they're a lot heavier than usual. There's not as much freedom that we're expressing and experiencing in our relationships with the North Node in the 7th. It's like there's a lot for us to learn. And the great thing is the North Node then moves on, and we've got some sense of freedom from that, but it's still quite a hard lesson to learn. So at the time of the pandemic, what I really get here is that you would have been in a space of caught between the responsibility for others and the pain in, the sort of learning involved in keeping everyone safe, and then the pain of what it represented to be locked down at home, to be stuck at home, maybe with old reminders of the past, with family members that might be freaking out. It just feels like a massive bind that you could probably do without. Now, if you were already working from home, that would have probably suited you quite well, actually. Not the bindedness of things, but the fact that you could just get on and do what you wanted to do without anyone protesting or getting in your way. In fact, in times like that, it actually would have worked out quite well for you. But anyway, there was the main key stressor point for you. It was between family and the home, and the tensions there, the family that were reacting to the news, and then the home that became the prison. Like, for instance, you might have even been in the wrong home, but unable to do anything about it, or in a home with a massive mortgage that you couldn't afford to pay. So anything to do with belonging, created pain. Now, 4 years on, things have changed. You've learnt how to heal at home. You'd have had to learn to heal at home, and chances are there would have been some changes in the way you live, possibly the home, because any of these big slow moving planets going through the 4th usually bring up a certain amount of moving, so that you can change your energy and feel a lot kind of safer. The 4th is very much like a cave. It's our place where we feel safe, or should feel safe. So again, what you've had to live with and come to terms with is how to feel safe at home, and how home could have its original meaning. Like, how did you make home come back to what it actually meant? Like, it's not a place of imprisonment, but it's a place of enrichment, or it's a place of, where we can take action. It's a place where we can do this, that, and the other. So there would have been a need for you to recode things. Now, Chiron in the 4th also reminds us of the healing that we have to do because of the family we have, or the family that we had and were born into. So again, during this time, you'd have had to deal with a lot of family issues, I'm quite sure. I know people born with Chiron in the 4th often have quite difficult childhoods, or a lot to take on board, that a lot of other people just don't have. So having Chiron go through the 4th, can be pretty onerous and difficult. Yeah, there's a lot of things to work out there. Anyway, the new place that Chiron is moving to within the next 4 years is into the sign of Taurus. So the thing that you're learning to heal on is how to get creative again, how to relax. Like, the fourth house is about getting your security right and feeling safe. But, safety will only take you so far in life. And eventually we have to give away to something that feels a bit more passionate, a bit more heartfelt. And so what I really get here is this need to feel like you are creating life again. You've got this need to be part of the creative process again. And the stickiness and the possibly doubt and lack of confidence that comes up. So for instance, when Chiron goes into the fifth, we can really doubt our ability to create life or create opportunities. We can really doubt ourselves. We may have some very bad formative experiences of what we can do here. So, our learning changes to become to learn that we're creators, but we can only do that from already knowing that we're safe. And that the message of safety is that we eventually move on to do something that we might feel a bit vulnerable in doing, something we might feel a bit judged about. So the fifth is really encouraging you to relax and to not take yourself so seriously and to not worry about the things you're creating, that they might not be valuable, that they might not be good enough, that they might be terrible. It's very much about not judging what you're creating. Now, interesting that I'm saying don't judge what you're creating, because when this comes up for you as a challenge around the 2028 square, one of the things that is really showing up is this sense of money and value and what that means in terms of your value. Because by the time this comes around, the North Node would have been in your sign in the second house for quite some time, for at least 9 months, 10 months, maybe even actually much longer than that, over a year. The North Node will be in its last few months of being in the sign of Aquarius. So really, you've been learning over, the last 18 months, a year to 15 months, sorry. You'd have been learning about the value of what it is you provide, how you do it, how you can increase your value, how you can have more value in yourself, how you can trust yourself more, how you feel accomplished, how you feel like you're right to be here, So the tension here, I think, is you're wanting to prove your value, you're wanting to prove and to improve your value, and yet at the same time, you're wanting to start something new. Possibly something new that you have no experience in, you might not have any skill in, but you've got the determination to learn something. So it's the insecurity and the vulnerability about not being rehearsed, not being good at something, but at the same time feeling the pressure to, be resourceful and to have value. Now, how did this happen? How did we get from worrying about our homes and our family and learning that we can be safe and learning that we can move through safety issues, to then wanting to create and then wondering about the value of who we are? Well, how I see it occurring is that, once we realize we're safe, once we realize we've got security, once we realize we can work through our past, we at some level have rendered ourselves a bit vulnerable. We've played with vulnerability. We've allowed ourselves to be open. We've given ourselves the opportunity to grow. We've given ourselves roots. And of course, like any tree that gets really good roots, healthy roots, it grows up, it flowers, it might blossom, it might give fruit. And the fifth house is the fruit that comes from it. So because you've become vulnerable, you've made yourself vulnerable, you've given yourself the chance to feel relaxed. The next thing that the human endeavor is linked to is always, well, I want to create something. So yeah, the tension, again, as tensions go, it's not so bad. The difficult part, I think, is the one that is, I need to create money. I need to know my worth. I need to see this. I need to see my true value to believe it. Like seeing is believing. whilst at the same time practicing something new. Now, what I would say to you, Capricorn Ascendant, is if you're already working on this or you have a sense of what you're going to do, just do it and do it anyway, but give yourself as much time as you need. So if you already know that you're heading in that direction, start it now so that you're not in a rush. Because if you're rushing and you're only going to give yourself a year to prove that you can do this new skill and you want it to be your main sense of earning, then you might be shooting yourself in the foot. There's a saying, it's something like it took 10 years to become an overnight success. You know, for all the people that you see out there that appear to have had an overnight success, there'll be years of practice, years of testing, years of doubting yourself, and years of learning and making changes based on that. And the people that you don't see become an overnight success are the people who give it 3 months and then think, oh, I'm obviously not meant for this. But it's the persistence that you need. And you're not short of that. Let's face it, Capricorn Ascendants have a lot of stability, have a lot of determination. So just give yourself the right time. Start now, start soon. And just know that whatever new phase you're going into, whatever your new creations you're trying to create are meant to come out, and they're going to take a bit of time, and that is okay. This might be the best gift that you're giving the world. You know, the power of your stability, the power of your dedication might be what the world is needing right now, you know, to show what persistence can create. Now, the last thing I wanted to share with you is just where the next Chiron North Node conjunction is occurring. You know, in 2038, and what you might need to persist and continue to develop to be able to meet those needs. So, yeah, this next part of your life is showing up in the 7th house. It's very similar to where the North Node, in fact, it's in the same place as where the North Node was at 2020, at the time of the COVID release of the pandemic. And the idea that you know, the pandemic was happening. So this new phase is showing that there is a sense of global pain and global healing and a global need for us to be able to partner, for us to be able to partner beautifully, for us to be able to understand the role of partnership, the role of togetherness. Now, that doesn't necessarily fit in with the message of the square. However, I do think it speaks to the roundedness that individuals need. You know, so if we go back to the pandemic and the idea that your partners were freaking out and quite difficult, and you weren't able to manage your partners because you didn't feel very safe at home. What you've done is, in this meantime, is created safety for yourself, but you've also possibly created a more diverse, a more resilient career for yourself where you can value yourself more. And it's taken persistence, it's taken time. And actually, by the time this next conjunction comes round, in terms of being a partner, you're a lot more stable. You've got a lot more inner faith in yourself. You've got a lot more resource. You've learned the power of persistence to a much greater level. So you can be a much more supportive partner, but also one that expects a great partner. So it's not necessary that you're going to make every partnership work, because that's just punishment in some cases. You know, some people really aren't that easy to be in relationships with. But, you know, what you're learning is the value of you, the value that you'll give a partnership, and also the discernment that you might have when you're getting into your next relationship. I think that's a really strong gift, the ability to understand relationships and the roles that we play, the resilience that we need to bring in ourselves and develop in ourselves so that we can share that with other people. So there you go, Capricorn. That's a higher level understanding of how the Chiron and the North Node have been playing out in your life up till now, and also how they're likely to persist in the near future. I hope that was helpful. Hey, Aquarius Ascendant. So let's have a look at this. It's not a forecast. I just want to be really, really clear. This isn't a forecast, but more of a blueprint about your global, how can I put it? Like the healing that's going on for you, that you're taking on for the global level of purpose. It's kind of convoluted. Let me just explain it a little bit. So this isn't a forecast for the next 6 months to a year. This is understanding the position of the Chiron conjunction to the North Node that's taking place on the 19th, which is here, and where it is in your chart and what you might be learning about it. And where it's taking you between now and the next one, which is in 2038, which obviously is a long time away. It's another 14 years away. But I also want to see it from the global position because, yes, Chiron is obviously showing up in your chart, and it's a point of pain for sure. And I'll be talking about it at a much more local level in the monthly updates for February and for March. So yeah, they are definitely getting a look in. But I wanted to take quite a high level approach to understand the part of the journey whereby life and you are coming together. So for instance, where Chiron is in your birth chart shows where you feel pain and where you've experienced pain, whether it's physical or mental or emotional. Where Chiron is currently is showing where life is highlighting pain for you, where life is bringing you pain. Similarly, the North Node shows at birth the kind of challenges and karma involved in your life, like the direction, the purpose that you might have in life. And the current position of the North Node is showing what you might be struggling with, and there'll be some purpose behind it. So, you know, there's a sort of very personalized effect and like an externalized one. And so in giving this forecast, which isn't really a forecast, it's more of a blueprint for you, I want to explain how life's events have affected you and the healing that you're going through because of those life events and where that is leading you. Like, is there a greater meaning for this? Is there a greater purpose for all this change going on? And the way I'm doing this is by, like, this big yellow dot here is where the Chiron North Node conjunction is taking place right now. Now, if you looked at part one, you'll have seen that I explored what Chiron and the North Node together represent, and the healing opportunity, and how once we get rid of the thing that we're trying to heal, you know, once we allow ourselves to be vulnerable to it, once we allow ourselves to master it, we have a clearer sense of purpose and direction. You know, when we're in pain, we can't really be switched on to our purpose. And so I've looked into the past and highlighted some of the recent connections between Chiron and the North Node. And the one before was actually 4 years ago, and it was March 2020, which is a really important date, actually, or a time, because it's the time when the global pandemic came into view and really changed our lives. And, you know, I do note that a lot of people have gone through a healing crisis ever since, whether it's a physical healing crisis or an emotional or spiritual one. So, yeah, this is quite a big thing. So I'm looking at the impact that is having or has had on you. And again, I'm looking at the square. So this is Chiron, but this is the North Node in the square and where they featured in your chart at that time. So how you've moved from the initiation of the pandemic to where you are right now, and the next move between Chiron and the North Node is a following square that happens in 2028. So here's Chiron. It's gone from here to here to here in 8 years. And then here's the North Node, which has gone from here all the way around to here. So, you know, they've got different relative speeds that they're moving at. So I'm looking at your journey, really, and the changes that are coming up because of this journey. And then finally, I'm paying a bit of attention to where the next one is taking place. So you get a feel for what you might need to develop in terms of preparation for it. So it's a bit of a journey. It's a bit of a blueprint. And yeah, I hope you'll find it useful. I'm sure there will be something that's useful in there for you. So, okay, at the time of the pandemic then, this really showed up, that the pain that was coming up for you was in terms of community. So the third house is a place of community socializing. It's a place of friends. It's a place of what we know about life and the world. It's very factual based. You know, it's like what we've learned. It's very much our childhood scenario, like the peer group you grew up in and the environment you grew up in. It's everything that it's everything that you're conscious of. It's your siblings, it's your the foundations that your home were in, really. And so the pain for you came up in terms of maybe your childhood friends, your siblings, your cousins, all the people you grew up with. You may well have found that the pandemic put you at odds with the environment that you grew up in and what that meant. Maybe the town, maybe the way of living, maybe all of a sudden everything to do with, the community vibe that you grew up with was just really not for you and it caused you pain. Maybe what you've learned about life was in opposition to what they all believe and are still practicing. So at some level, there was some pain involved with the normality of what you grew up with and possibly what you know. You might also have experienced pain because, this is what you've always known. And then all of a sudden there's this new thing that obliterates the past. And let's face it, one of the things I noted about the 2020 square was the level of isolation and separation that people have gone through during this last Chiron North Node movement. It's created a sense of destroyed communities. So that might be your pain is, where has my community gone? It's destroyed, And so, that was taking place at the same time as you had your the North Node going through the 6th house, which is about how you live your life. So on the one hand, you've got pain in your local environment, your local community, and the people that you associate with what normal is. And then at the other hand, you've got a challenge associated with how you live your day-to-day existence, also your health, because the 6th house is very much about physical health, your work, the balance of your life, the nuts and bolts and how it all comes together. For instance, I actually naturally have Chiron in my 6th house. And for me, I noticed that the normal narrative of life, like working Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, makes me sick. I just can't stand it. It just doesn't work for me at all. I'm not trying to live in that context. But, with the North Node going through here, you may well have found that the way you were living was making you sick, or the way you were forced to live was making you sick. Was it the isolation? I don't know. But for you, there would have been some very deep learning involving the collapse of your community, or what that community meant to you, or what the truth of what you've always known to be in the world. It's somehow like that safety. Like if you think of the 3rd house, it's like infant school. Now, I hated school when I was at school, I have to say. I don't really have many happy memories from it. But for a lot of people, infant school or junior school, like their first school, their primary school, is a place of colour and safety, where, all of a sudden everyone feels great. My version of that is maybe thinking about the 1980s and like the music at the time. All of a sudden I feel safety when I think about 80s music. It looks like a time before I learned about what the world was like, where I felt safe, or at least had the sense that we were safe. So the 3rd house is a place of belonging, and there was pain associated with it, and there was trauma and lessons to be learnt about health and the way you're organizing your life. So I'm guessing there's some really big shifts going on for you there with your, Aquarius ascendant. Now, during that time as well, it's worth noting that, at the time of the pandemic, you had Pluto, Jupiter, and Saturn right here. And now, both Jupiter and Saturn have long gone through here, but Pluto is right here, poised right here. So that's quite difficult. So this would have been a very, very deeply disturbing time for you, given that you had these 3 heavyweights right here, just out of reach, not quite visible, that sense of something not quite right, that sense of, it was difficult to say, but Pluto plus Saturn plus Jupiter, like an idea that wants to spread about control and global mechanisms, taking root in the back of your brain. Wow. I mean, that's a really strong energy. So yeah, you would have gone through some massive changes. Now, if you really believed what the media told you, then you may well have found that your whole mind Like your belief system would have held on to this new way of, okay, we all need to go, we all need to follow this global directive. And it could have installed a whole new way of thinking for you, like really persuaded you of a new way of thinking, obliterating all of the old ideas that you grew up with, that life is safe and everything's good. Now, you might have gone the other way. You might have decided, well, this all sounds like a load of old BS. Crikey. And I'm expected to make these life changes. How do I do that? And so it might have felt like you had all these secrets and strange knowledge, and everything that you knew about life turned out to be wrong. And actually there's this new awakening. Either way, however it was happening, you were changing the way you were thinking in quite a drastic way, which had been quite scary. You know, and as much as you like to be unattached to things and be quite free, and move beyond big problems, you like to be quite lighthearted about things. This would have really knocked your ego, knocked your sense of self, given that, you know, I know a lot of people with a strong Aquarian energy really think like what I think about is who I am. You know, they tend to put a lot of energy and belief in the validity of their mind, you know. And so having all these things challenging that would have been quite problematic. So anyway, you went from there, and now you come to terms with the fact that your communities have changed, and you've made adaptations, you've learnt new ways of being in your community, and maybe you're helping to restore it. Maybe you're realizing that the reason they got destroyed was because there's something fundamentally wrong about how they were set up. But the chances are you're getting involved in bringing back a balance and bringing back an idea of where you are, who you are, and how you can have this sense of belonging. And that's likely to continue. And in fact, I see that the work does continue, because Chiron moves from the 3rd into the 4th. And then not only have you affected the community and helped to build the community and helped to feel belonging in the community, but now it feels like you've got a home. And then any pain that has come up is likely to come up in this phase. You know, as Chiron goes into the 4th house, it really does, like, on the one hand, create a sense of safety. Like if you've built this, if you've built or helped to build this sense of belonging within your community and help to rebuild it, the chances are you'll easily find a new home. And then in that moment of safety, old stuff from the past comes up. If you haven't really found yourself investing in rebuilding the communities in some way, you may well feel a bit homeless. And so when Chiron goes into the 4th house, you may well find that you feel a little bit lost, and it's like, oh crikey, where am I now? Where is home? So it's worth bearing in mind that between now and in 4 years' time, to the level that you've helped to create in the community, it will be easier to find that sense of belonging for you. And if you've eschewed the community somehow, and have managed to avoid doing anything there, then you might really struggle. You might like really not know where you belong, and really not see the value of belonging. And maybe there isn't a value to belonging for you. Who knows? But yeah. And the big trouble there is, or not the big trouble, but the challenge is the North Node is going to be right here, right at this mark of you being born, really. The Ascendant, you know, where you come into incarnation. It's like your body. It's like your brand, who you are, how you're seen, how you're noticed. You might find that the challenge of being noticed and seen and experienced is made more difficult if you can't find yourself, if you don't know where home is, if you don't know where you belong. So I would say, to the level that you have a sense of belonging, the more your personality makes sense. And I guess it's also worth exploring that where you've created the wrong personality for yourself or the wrong home for yourself, you know, the other suffers. So it's important to get the right kind of belonging for you, so the right kind of being erupts for you. It's a lot of things to think about, but it all starts here where you are right now. And that is, are you a community builder? Are you important in your community? Do you belong? And what's your story? And the chances are, if you're passionate about that, it's all going to come forwards. It's all going to flood forwards as a beautiful story that makes sense to you, and that carries you forward for the next 4 years. Now, the next step after that, and that's where the Chiron North Node conjunction leads you to, and that's back into the 6th house, which is, well, we become more functional. When we know ourselves and we have a sense of belonging, we're a lot more functional. We know how to run life. We know how to earn. We know how to keep ourselves healthy. It's almost like if you can have some discipline, a level of discipline, a level of understanding, all of that is made possible when you know yourself. And all of that is made possible when you have a sense of belonging. But if you don't know where you belong and you don't have an understanding of who you are, how can you possibly have an organized life? So it's an interesting one, because for an Aquarius ascendant, you know, Aquarius is one of the freest signs. And obviously Sagittarius is another one, but they are really wanting to live life on their own terms and not necessarily define themselves because of a personality or a sense of belonging, or because they've got their life worked out in a way that makes sense and is fit for purpose. I mean, that's not really a consideration for this kind of ascendant, and yet that seems to be where you're moving. So I think there's some real gifts for you freedom loving Aquarians, your ideals. Like you are absolutely driven by ideals and this sense of utopia, this sense of there is a better way, there is a better system. So I would say, if I was in your shoes right now, I would say stick at it within your community. Find yourself in a community that you absolutely belong in, that you love, or create a community that you can thrive in, so that you come to know yourself. You come to know yourself in a beautiful way. And in a way where you get that sense of belonging. Because if you're teaching purposefulness, like being purposeful in your being, what greater gift can you leave the world right now? I would say that's a massive gift. So anyway, I hope that's been helpful to you, Aquarius ascendant. Like I say, it's a little bit, it's not really a typical forecast, but it's to kind of give you a greater sense of where you're fitting into things. So anyway, lots and lots of love to you. Whew. So, okay, on to Pisces now. And so Pisces, this isn't a normal forecast, just putting it out there. This is a sort of like expression of where you and your personality in your birth chart meets the global needs and the global healing and the way they come together, and what that might mean for a high level understanding of where you're fitting into the hierarchy here. So just to put it into context, this is all born out of the Chiron North Node conjunction, which comes around, the last one we had was like 15 years ago. The next one will be 14 years and 8 months away. So you can see they're both represented here on the chart. The yellow is where it is right now. The purple is where it is in 2038, which I accept is a long time away. But I really want you to see the sort of like much bigger picture, because I think if you have a vague sense of where you're going, all the details will fall into place. So you've probably already got your plans and ideas as to how you might want to be in the world. But if you have a sense that, oh, okay, I've got this bigger purpose and my bigger purpose might be this, I think that's supremely useful. So I hope you find it that way. Anyway, if you watched part 1, you'll know that I've gone into quite a lot of depth about what Chiron represents, what the North Node represents, a little bit about the cycles, how they come together. I've also experienced the different parts of the cycle together. So when they're in a conjunction together, when they're in a square, when they're in opposition, etc. What I noticed is when they're in a square, boy, has life been really quite traumatic. So the last 2 squares in particular, there were masses of life-changing, world-changing events. In particular, the last square, which is here, represented in red, and that's why there's 2, because this represents the North Node and this represents the square. Now, this took place in March of 2020. And March of 2020 is the month when the global pandemic came forwards. And it was like, ta-da, here I am. Life on Earth has changed. So this was obviously a really catastrophic event or a moment in time that has changed life for everyone, whether you believed in it or not, whether you took the advice that was given or not. However you've chosen to live your life, the chances are your life would have changed significantly. Even for people who've sort of, kind of done their own thing respectfully, have shifted because the whole world around them has shifted. Therefore, their experience of the world has shifted. And of course, for everybody that wholesale took on the belief systems and patterns and advice that were given to them, their lives would have changed immensely because, whatever belief system they had in their immune system, they've learned a whole new set of rules on top of that. So anyway, here is where the pandemic showed up in your chart. So as you can see, the Chiron is here in the sign of Aries, and the North Node is here in the sign of Cancer. Now you'll see Chiron is here at the first square, here where it is right now, and then by the time of the next square, Chiron has moved on to this position. Now the North Node is here at the pandemic square, and has come all the way around here by the time of the square in 2028. So, this is what we're looking at. So what does this all mean? So at the time of the pandemic, Chiron was in your second house, it still is in your second house, and still is going to be in your second house for quite some time, at least until late 2027, early 2028. I don't know exactly when it changes. I'm guessing January 2028, maybe late December, who knows? I don't have that date right now, but this is where it is on the 20th of February, 2028. So it's moving across. Right now it's in Aries, and it's associated with your second house, which is all about value systems, how you value yourself, how you make money, how resourceful you are. Like, are you receiving things? Are things coming to you? I know you Pisces Ascendant types, I've spoken to you a lot over the last few months in terms of receivership. Like, how prepared are you to receive things? Can you receive things without feeling hurt by it? I really hope so. So anyway, I digress. So this pandemic will at some level have shaken your ability to earn money for yourself, or believe that you can earn money for yourself, believe you can be resourceful. It would have shaken things. So I imagine at some level, the insecurity of that big announcement and possibly the changes it meant for you at work and how you worked and so on and so forth would have shaken things. You might have also realized that the valuable resource of being healthy maybe wasn't as strong as you'd hoped, because I think the second house is really also about how we value ourselves. So having Chiron go through there, if you've got any not good enough programming, any am I up to the job programming, anything like that, where you're putting a downer on yourself, and trust me, we'll do it. I mean, I can guarantee through doing all these readings, there's been several moments where I thought, oh my God, are people going to enjoy this or not? I really don't know. But, we have these moments where we go into doubt, and having Chiron here in the second house can be quite painful, so what was rubbing off against that? What was stressing that out? And that's the square, because squares create frustration and a lot of restrictions and possibly difficulty. So the North Node was going through your fifth house at the time. Now, the North Node is teaching you here about your creativity and teaching you about the freedom to be passionate, the freedom to create, the joy of creation. The fifth house is a house of joy predominantly. And the North Node, when it comes through something, it's teaching us a lesson about it. So you were at some level being given a lesson in experiencing joy. How can you experience more joy? But the chances are actually what you were thinking is, oh, it's now illegal for me to experience any joy. Look, everyone around me is really miserable. Therefore, I'm not allowed to feel joy. I don't know, but something like that. And, the difficulty for you is you've wanted to experience your joy and be joyful and follow your bliss and maybe create. And at the same time, how do you value yourself? How do you make a living? How do you know that the living you're creating for yourself is enough? and that's a real tension, because the moment you try to put a value on what you do is the moment you kill it. And I've had many incarnations doing it. Now I just think like we have to know what we're giving away, know what we're comfortable in sharing, and share it freely because it feels so flipping good. But the moment you start thinking, oh, I've got to make money from this, it kills it dead. It's like, ugh. Anyway, this would have been a really awful thing because the chances are you are a beautiful, soulful person who has got lots to share and lots of beauty and lots of creativity and lots of passion. And also, especially with Chiron going through here, you might have been very poor at asking for money or allowing things to come to you. I always think that the universe benefits us in other ways as well. So if it doesn't come in hard cash, it comes in other ways. Now, are you open to that or not? So this is quite painful having this here. And hopefully the the happenings with Chiron and the North Node over the next few months, because it's not just this, we've got the total solar eclipse happening on the 8th of April, which is pretty big and it's right on there. And we've got a lot of things happening, encouraging a big shift in this area. So I'm hoping that by now you're starting to realize your intrinsic value and also noticing that you actually have to receive some help. You can't just give help all the time. And you can't just give yourself, I mean, it's okay to give yourself for free, but if you're doing that whilst not allowing other people to give to you for free, then that becomes a problem. You have to get balanced in it, and you have to at least allow yourself to be nourished, at least allow yourself. Like I heard this brilliant, lovely bit from a creator and very talented hypnotherapist whose name I've just forgotten. Yikes, what's her name? No, it's gone. But anyway, she said, try like receiving and giving is like the in-breath and out-breath. If you try to give all the time, it's like breathing out without breathing in. It kills you. And and I advise you do it at home, right? So let's see how long I can just give without taking. No, I can't do it. So, and if I carried on, I'd collapse on my seat and then you wouldn't get this reading. So, you have to receive. You can't just keep breathing out and not taking anything in for yourself. And this is what you're learning right now. Now, where is this learning taking you to? Well, the learning is taking you back into, I'm feeling really lightheaded now. The learning is taking you back into your third house. The third house is about your community, the people that you like to have in your life. It's about support. There you go. That's a good word. It's about support. So not only are you learning to value yourself and learning to get rid of some of those thoughts about yourself, like, oh, I don't deserve greatness. Maybe I'm not good enough. Will I ever be good enough? Why don't people, any number of, sorry to be so lighthearted about it, but I really struggle to get into it at the moment because I know I could get into it. I've been a right old miserable moaner myself over the years. So yeah, I have quite a full second house, so I've got a good understanding of it. But anyway, having Chiron go through here is about you learning about the value of you. And through that, it's learning that you need support, just as Chiron is coming in here to show you how to get support. It does show that you might get pain from getting support, and that's the thing that puts us off receiving. So somebody offers you support and you think, there might have to be some reciprocity here. Yikes, I'm not quite comfortable with that. Once we start getting into these supportive backwards and forwards relationships, we have to learn to trust, and we have to learn to be able to manage discord and falling out and all sorts of different things that come up. And that, for, people that maybe are easily exploited and who have very open boundaries, like, a Pisces ascendant, you might not want to put yourself in the risk of that place. But here's what I'm sharing with you. Chiron is going to move into your third house. And whether you are actively receiving help from people or not, the Chiron effect in the third house could very well bring up some difficult people from time to time, but also bring up some really humbling experiences from where you learn the gift of receiving from people. And it like knocks you to your knees because it feels so surprisingly good that you're worth helping. So yeah, here is where it's happening. You know, you are being brought into this place to help and to receive help and to be part of a community. Now, when this next square happens, the North Node is actually going to be, it would have worked its way through your 12th house, and it would be at the end of the 12th house during this square. Now, it will have also worked through all of your insecurities. So your insecurities and fears and old programming really does live in this 12th house. So this is a very special place and sometimes difficult place. But having the North Node go through here is going to give you a chance to let go of whatever's holding you back, whatever is sabotaging you from stepping into your community. And so as this square arises in 28, which is 4 years away, granted, it's really showing you that you can receive, and you've also got to keep working, keep mindful about your insecurities that hold you up. And you might have to let people in a little bit. So it's an interesting conundrum. So if we like rewind this and play this forward again. So the pandemic really, what it really brought up for you, I think, was this sense of not having all the resources, really wanting to bring joy into the world and live your joy, whilst also doubting that you could bring in what you need to be able to survive. To where you are right now, where you think, well, I need to value myself, and I am on this journey of valuing myself. And maybe at the same time, I do have a skill that I feel I'm really quite valued at, and I'm prepared to play with it and experience it. And that is moving you into this area of sharing what you've got and receiving support from the community. And the tension with that is that people are going to get to know you, and you might have some sticky situations to resolve. However, when you are in that healing flow, the chances are you will have much better experiences much more frequently and much fewer experiences of difficulties. So I just wanted to put that out there. Now, where is this all heading? Well, here's the great thing, and this is really lovely. And there were two ascendants in this whole section where I was just really utterly delighted to say where it was heading for the sort of like the karma of your ascendant, or that sort of journey that you're on. And you're the second one that I'm absolutely delighted to tell you where it's going, because, you know, your desire to bring joy to the world and to be creative and to just enjoy creation and stand in the world as a creator, that's the thing that you're coming back to. So, you know, this 14-year journey, yeah, it sounds like a gazillion miles away. And when I think of myself in 14 years, I'm going to look very different. And I might not be wanting to do the same things I'm doing right now, but who knows? You know, we just don't know anything, do we? But, you know, and this is a much like grander view, but in 14 years, the journey that you've been on and are going on is to help people see how they can seed joy in this world. I almost feel like crying as I'm sharing this with you, because the collective pain and anxiety and karma of the world at that time in 2038 is absolutely going to need a little bit of what you're exploring and experiencing. And if you've done all these things and been working on these things, like working on sharing your gift in your community, but more importantly, letting your community gift you, and you have to do it with trust, to the level that you've done that, when the next Chiron North Node conjunction comes around, what your gift to the world is an active demonstration of how you can birth joy, how you can share joy, how you can work in passion. Now, there was another star sign that I noted earlier, that one of the things that they were showing was how how you could create a new way of being paid in the world. You know, like, so there is I can't remember which one it was now, but there was a star sign who like one of their visions was that they might be working on how we could actually like have a gift economy or work without payment. I mean, who knows? Like, is money going to still exist in 14 years' time? Who knows? If the West get their way, you know, the first step is crypto, and then who knows where it's going. But anyway, yeah, one of the ways you're here to live and give back to the global community, especially when they're going through a healing crisis, or especially when they need that vibration of who you are. Your vibration is the creator. Your vibration is bringing peace and joy and passion to the world. So there you go, Pisces Ascendant. I hope that was helpful. And God bless you for being on your journey. I totally love you guys. So, whew, anyway, that's the end. Feeling quite hot and enlivened, as I always do at the end of these, because these take me on such a journey. You know, like I said earlier on, right at the start, I'm a channel who uses astrology and also subliminal techniques. So I trained in hypnotherapy, timeline therapy, NLP, and other healing modalities, as well as astrology. Astrology is my main passion. But really, when I think about it, and it's taken me all this time to actually get there, actually, I've always been a channel. And so as a small child, I used to see patterns, see palms, cards, astrology, whatever. However it shows up, I was able to read situations. And astrology is really the modality I've chosen to be able to tune into. So, yeah, I understand the planets and how they move and stuff. But sometimes I tune into the idea of their positions, and I don't know, stuff happens. I can't really explain it beyond there, but that's how I work. So anyway, I hope you found that useful. Like I said, it wasn't the usual kind of forecast, but it was really there to, I don't know, seed a much grander version of yourself and give you an idea of where all of this is going. Like I said earlier, you know, where Chiron and the North Node is in your birth chart right now. That will be covered in the February update. But this is a much bigger version of where you are, where you're going, and how you show up in the world. So I hope you've enjoyed that big vision look at life, and sending you love to wherever you are in the world right now. So much appreciation and gratitude for you. But anyway, lots of love. Take care. Bye for now. Mwah.